Elusivities is here. Did you bring me any moss? Sup, Larmith. Sup, Ilo store it Goniono. Osmodai_00. So happy you're here. Skulls Cupcakes is here. Did you bring me any moss?
A big milestone as well. Oh god!
Oh, hello.
We've begun with this.
Fancy seeing you here.
I guess we're playing a classic game now. This actually isn't too hard on this game. Ow, never mind. God. Okay, you've actually successfully got me with that. That mirror went on longer than I thought. What? Well, this is okay. Okay, chat. I didn't mean play every single card. What? You know, here's the thing though. Let me take the Katamari. Oh god! Help! If you're talking about that artwork that was up on the screen, that one is available on merch as a poster by Felinity.
Hey sis, look what I can do.
If you do exclamation point merch, it'll be posted there.
I'm dead.
I'm just guessing by the timing.
Sis, are you looking? Are you looking? Sis! 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 Sis!
Okay. Wait, can I? Yes! I found what it's for! And finally, the last outfit I've been missing. Are you kidding? That was the last one I missed? Why is that the last one I missed? What are the chances of that being the last one I missed? What are the absolute chances of that being the last one I missed? Hello, everyone. I'm sorry if you heard me coughing. I didn't realize my mic was still unmuted. But hello, Elusive. Hello, Larmith. Hello, Dor. Hello, Asmo. Hello, Skulls. Hello, Mellow. Hello, everyone. I'm still sick. My throat is the worst part, and I have a headache. And this is where I'm at right now, and I hate it, but I gotta deal with it. But hello, everyone. Hello. Hey, Hokey. Hope y'all are doing. Ow! All the dodgeballs today. I'm getting bruises. Hey, Griggs. But hello. Log back on its server. There has been a mild change to the server. Also, why did I drop frames? I lost 15 frames in there for some reason. There's been a couple mild changes to the server. You may notice our golem, is, walking around with a light on his head. You can actually give the golems, items to wear now, but I did go with the light, because I like seeing the light cast from them going around. I thought it was charming to see. That's a bug. A spicy change would be one that requires people on the server to update their mod packs. I added this here to detect if there's crap in this top chest. To stop this thing from just going, because that's what's been going on. It keeps going. Like, it's made to stop this, so this isn't firing anymore. Which is still trying to fire. Hey, Nickety. But I needed to stop this end, so it's not making more. Because this is overloaded. And what's going on there is that is going to try and smelt here, but these trees aren't creating enough, fuel because they keep dropping sticks instead of logs. So, like, stuff gets done, but then you can see it gets to there, and then it does that. So it's different. But now when I sleep, if I do this really quick, when I sleep, watch the sky. Oh! It needs 2 people to sleep. No, there it goes. So it'll do this. It does a countdown. So if you look at the sky, you can see the sky fast forwarding through everything. Rather than doing a full skip. It now, hello? That was weird. I was like, I tabbed out, kind of. I don't know what happened. But it now fast forwards the time of day rather than skipping it. The main purpose of that was so that way when people were, say, trying to get turtles, they'd have people sleeping and skipping past it. It now fast forwards through it. Yep, it does. It does. That is exactly why I did it, Greg's. That was the main purpose. That, and it also does speed up your smelting, all that stuff. Anything that's based on tick speed will speed up. So it is there to make everybody's life easier and a little more comfortable with the time frame of stuff. Oh, wait. Why do I have a double chest here? What's this about? This isn't all you need, but it's a good dent. Oh, thank you. I don't know who did this. But it's cherry signs, and I think those are an Asmo's base, so I'm... ow. So I am blaming Asmo, I think? Thank you, Hey, Darkness, how's it going? But thank you to whoever dropped off all the purple dye. I really do appreciate it. That means we can work on our Sphere of Doom sooner. I did remove the mob farm that Lee and I worked on. It was not working. Am I right, Asmo? Was it you? Did I call it? Hey, Rose. It's because you used those... you used... Because, like, I hopped between everybody's base, and I went over here, and I saw you had yours marked, and when I loaded in, you have signs like this. So I based it on the signs. I appreciate that a lot, though. Thank you so much. I don't really feel like working on the sphere right now. I'm in kind of a weird spot just because I've been sick. What I want to do is I want to figure out the level of the terrain, because eventually these hills are going to probably go away that are here. These are kind of a temporary base wall area. But what I need to do is I need to find the height of the blocks over on the outside of this. And we're probably going to be looking at, like, what, 65? My bet's on 65. But let's go around. And we're going to go up here. I need to figure out the height of the terrain once we get down the hill. Right, so like right here. Right here is about the height I need to pay attention to. So what are we at? Hey, 65! Called it. Dead on. Let's go. Love that.
You know what's awesome? You.
Apparently. Oh, did I? I messed up here. Huh, this is a weird little... Oh, didn't mean to do that. So, I have a setup for everything, but apparently I was projecting the wrong screen. There we go. Addressed. Oh, almost. There we go. But I do really appreciate that, Asmo. Thank you so much. Okay. Ooh. That's terrifying. But what we need, our main thing is I need to remember, one, I need to remember that was a 65. Hey, Tyga. Also, Mello, I know I said this on Blue Sky, on Blue Sky, but I really appreciate the comment on rewatching my VOD last night. I did need that. My mental health has been kind of messy, so I do appreciate you just bringing that up. I love these little guys. They're very lost right now, which is fine. They're lost because they have nowhere to put the sand, because all the sand is up there, which this is part of why everything was there. So if I quickly take that and that, let them go back home. They should be able to actually put this in the correct spot soon, at least, right? They're not going to be able to get all of it, but they should be able to move that over to here. But what I want to do is I want to create, I need to make a bunch of concrete, white concrete, because we need to start blueprinting. That's where I'm at right now. We need to start blueprinting. And if I want to start blueprinting, one, I need to figure out where the height of, where's 65? Oh, is that above 65? Oh, that makes it even easier. Cool. So we can just go right there. I don't need the specifics. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. The breaker block is really, really useful. Just the one thing I would say is just make sure there is a there's a point where it turns itself off. Right? Because otherwise you're gonna end up having it explode. But yeah, just make sure you have some sort of method to turn itself off. Like here I have it going this way, but then when there's enough in here, it'll send a signal that locks it. Yeah, once it detects that there's too many in here, it sends a signal this way, and then it locks all of them. Yeah, so there is a breaker block and a placer block, which is this block right here. It looks like a dispenser, but you can put a tool in here, and it'll break whatever it's looking at. So I put it in a cobble gen. So when this cobble gen is going, just as an example here. Oh, it's not firing because I broke the wrong one. I need to break this one. So it uses the pickaxe on the block that is in front of it, breaks it, and then that will go down into these hoppers and collect it. The main reason I added is I wanted people to be able to... There's a breaker and a placer block, but the main reason I did it is I wanted people to be able to possibly build mini games or things like that might need it. But there are other uses, like in a cobble gen, right? So you don't need to like hold down right click, be weird for a couple hours on your computer, step away, blah blah blah. This just allows you to do something like this where it will do it for you, and you can save a little bit of your sanity. I figure it's not much different than having the tree pots, right? Like the tree pots also help people out, so not the end of the world. I really should probably remake this and make this do charcoal, but eh. What I want to do though is I need to make... Brain, we need to work on this. I need to make a concrete generator, or I need to make a ton of concrete. It doesn't really matter what. I also need to sort this to not be this, because this is clearly a problem. So let's start with barrels. Let's start with barrels. I'm just gonna grab a bunch of barrels, and I'm actually gonna make a better storage system that isn't this mess, because clearly this is a mess, and I should be embarrassed, and I get it. I'm gonna take the charcoal that's in that. Is that all my charcoal? Like, as far as chest monsters go, I've done an absolutely abysmal job, and this is actually to a level of being gross. Now I will say, block breakers are a lot easier to make than block placers, so if you're going that route. Yeah, no, I mean, it's one thing that you can do, but if I'm streaming this, it's a lot harder to say, excuse this mess while I've got the worst the worst setup in history going on, you know? So, okay, there we go. So that'll help smelt through that a bit better. These guys can take the sand out of here and actually put it into the storage, which is the big thing. Hopefully they'll get through it. I mean, there's a fair amount in there that they can... All right, get all that in. Yeah, it's a little full is the problem. So they're not able to fully get all of it. That's kind of the thing. But hopefully I'll be able to get them through that, and then that'll stop being in a weird spot where they'll wander over here. Because that's kind of the thing, is like I want to stop them from wandering. Okay, but now I need to make barrels. Right, so... Right about there, maybe. And then turn those into planks, and then barrels. Main reason we need barrels is we need to stop the golems from being a pain in the butt. Sorry, my brain is not working well. I have been in and out of taking like 5,000 naps a day, just trying to stay mentally stable right now, and it's been rough. I'm not doing great. So this is going to be a more casual stream than typical, which I don't mind, but I do want to let you all know that that's kind of where we're at, right? Okay, so if I do about that level, I think the smart thing for me to do is to actually do my storage like right here, just below it. And the reason I say that is I would much rather have all my materials there. Now, I should be able to go and do some light trading to get a... I'd like to do some light trading at the trading post, just to get a shovel. Do. Excuse me, sir. Okay, shovels. Do any of you just say shovel? Is this, can I gain sanity? Axe, pickaxe. Looting, sharpness, lure, arrows, harming. None of you actually say shovel. You happen to have a shovel? You have any... Actually, that's not a bad shovel. Not a great shovel, but it's not a bad shovel. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the black rabbits. Okay. That is more than enough, though, for what I need. This is fine. This is it's efficiency 2 on breaking. That's more than I need, so I'm happy with that. Here's the thing. I don't need the best tools. Oh, can somebody else on the server sleep? I just want to see this as a onlooker. I would like to watch the night sky as an onlooker. So it checks to see how many there are, and then it waits a little bit, and then it does that. So rather than what we had before, where it was an immediate thing, does that. What's interesting, though, is it also seems to speed up the redstone. Like, everything on the server's tick speed increases. Yep, everything should fold. Yeah, no, the way it's designed is it is meant to work with everything. The only thing I made not adjust to it is the tick speed of hostile mobs, because I didn't know what it did, but it was an option. Nice, Haven. But yeah, so the only thing that it doesn't affect, as far as I'm aware, is hostile mobs. But it should help. I will say that is a thing that if the server does start lagging from stuff, though, I may have to reduce the speed of it. Things like that, just to help on that. So be aware that if there are issues, I will have to address those that way. Hey, Beard. Okay. So for the sake of actually having storage, I'm gonna do this. Right. We're just. I will have proper storage in my base, and I will just use this to be the spot. Because if my ground level is gonna be one above that, I'm able to do a bit more, like, I think with this whole thing, right? Like, I'm able to create an area where people can safely enter and exit and all that while I'm just below the ground. This is not a permanent storage area, but it is a place where I can at least throw things that I'll quickly be able to access, is kind of the point. In the future, 100% this will be gone. My goal is to not have a storage system, typically. I like the existence in bases where, especially when it comes to watching streams, where you have everything stored in places that would be like run by somebody that would have those things. Like you would have a hardware store or whatever, or a blacksmith that would have those tools that are being used, right? Rather than just having the tools in a box somewhere randomly, right? And that's kind of the thing for me. Is like I wanna do that eventually, but that is a when we get to it type thing. Also, this is very much not going to properly handle. This is not going to properly handle the tree pots, which I would also ideally like to have a spot for. But this won't clearly cover it because it's not. God, I hate how bad my brain is lately. Like, I think this is what, like, I don't know if this is the ADHD being worse or it not even firing. Because usually I can sort out those things. I actually have no knowledge. I haven't watched Mumbo since season 8 to make a comment on that. I don't watch much of anyone anymore. Outside of, like, Cleo's streams, that's kind of the extent of what I actually watch with Hermitcraft. It is, Beard. I don't disagree, but I think as a streamer, I think it's important to have those reasons to kind of wander around a base rather than it just being there, right? Like I need reason to travel between points rather than just being there because it gives me time to yap. There we go. Ah, gotcha. So that narrows that down a little bit. That makes this a little bit better. I don't have a hoe on me. It's fine. This one doesn't actually do anything anymore. These were, for those that are aware, this whole little spot here. That section existed in order for me to jump out of the sphere and have somewhere to land. Because you do not take fall damage if you land on hay bales. That's totally a vanilla thing. You should try it in your hardcore world. What is film mechanics? Is stream elements? Always stream elements. Okay. So that is there. That is good. That chest is full for them right now. And they've still got like 2 rows here. But how are we doing overall, guys? Okay, you guys are working really hard, but you're not actually clearing things. But so I need to do this. And mainly I apologize if there's any lag on the server. Just please bear with. We're breaking any of the chests that they would try searching for. And now that's all going to follow me around for a little bit. Okay. Cobble. Cobble. Awesome. Cobble. Cobble. Awesome. Cobble. Cobble. Awesome. I have too much cobble. So now we need gravel. Gravel. Okay. Gotta do it manually because it's being weird. Okay. Cobble, gravel, sand, dirt. This is what I'm after. Cobble, gravel, sand, dirt. Cobble, gravel, sand, dirt. Diorite. Granite. I'm doing this temporarily, but these will be converted into gravel. And then that's andesite, and then this can be deep slate. Deep slate. Andesite. Obsidian. Tough. This is one of those things I just have so much crap. Diorite. 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 There we go. I'm gonna go over here with any of the gemstones and stuff. Lapis. Iron. I got crap. My inventory's full of crap. Hey, Data, how's it going? Oh, thank you for the follow. I've got a lot of crap. Well, if that's cobble deep slate, we can put the bricks down here. I should temporarily, you know what? So that way I can get through this. There we go. Throw it all in the ground. It's fine. Okay. Now what I wanted to do was take all this, and I'm going to do this the annoying way. Do that, okay. And then you, and then... Oh, why is it being obnoxious? We don't have enough inventory space? Is that why we're doing this? Well, good morning. I'm sick, so I apologize if my my energy levels are not the best, but... There we go. Got it. I've been dealing with illness for a couple days now, and it's just it's bleh. But that's why I put 6 stream in the title. We deal with it while we deal with it. Okay. So that, and then give me these and that gravel. And then throw that in there. I'm gonna keep that one on me to make sand, just so that way I have sand in the one. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna make the life of my golems a little easier, because they're still freaking out over there. Let me take all this out. It's still crafting. I guess there's still enough in there. Yeah, no, it's still worth it to craft a bit. It'll craft till it's full. Oh, it's all good. Fee is great. They are fantastic. Okay, there. Throw that in there. Hopefully make the copper golems' lives a little bit easier so they aren't constantly fighting over here just to try and drop things off, right? Be good? Yeah, so that'll now go through stuff. As we watch the sky speed on by. And then abruptly stop. Ooh, this is nice. So this is actually going to fill up. I mean, I do need to craft it over into being purple, but because you did a you typed .exe. You typed a link, Asmo. It turned into a link because you typed a link. That's how links work. It's fine. It's not gonna launch anything. You've created a link to nowhere. Like, it'd be one thing if it actually, like, went somewhere, but you created a link to nothing. I mean, that's just how the internet works. It's not even Twitch. Like, the internet is a glorified file browser. Oh, so as a fun thing here, just as a fun thing here, that's not true, Aven. Al Gore told me it was a series of tubes. As a fun aside of everything, there is also one of the changes I did to the server is I made it so that beacons, if you have a beacon, they now they're now double the size. So the range of a beacon is now doubled, right? Instead of it being like 40, it's 80 or whatever it was. But the change that has been done. Not only are they doubled, and I don't know how well this works because of the sheer distance of it, but apparently if you use diamond blocks, it doubles the doubling. So if you make a beacon entirely out of diamonds, you're set. Okay, so I want to be clear. I added no crop trampling, but it was supposed to be on there before, and it just didn't work. So I added a different no crop trampling, and now it's working. I did add this before, and it just wasn't going. But yeah, so just as a thing, you can't trample crops now. You have to intend on doing it. You gotta manually break it. So enjoy that. But yeah, I try to reduce the amount of crap. Okay, I'm not gonna spend all my time like sorting through the junk in my storage and stuff. I don't think that'd be entertaining for anyone. But what I want to do now is I want to do a concrete thing. I need a concrete generator of sorts. I don't know a lot. Okay, I don't know a lot about these auto crafters. Okay, I don't know a lot about them. Now, the reason I bring this up is if I go into here and I do concrete powder, right? So this is our concrete powder. How do I limit? I want to limit the amount that goes through. Is there an easy way to make it so I get 4, 4, and 1? Or is that going to be a struggle? Like, when you get to these more complicated ones, right? Like, this is 4 sand, 4 gravel, and 1 gray dye. Or 1 whatever dye. Is there a good way to do this? Or should I just cry and do it manually? And I mean this genuinely. Should I cry and do it manually, or... so I basically got to just make sure it never runs out. Yeah, so cry. Got it. So then instead, I'm going to do that. I'm going to put 5 of those back in. I'm going to put those back in, and then we'll gravel. Got it. As long as we're all in agreement that it's cry, then I will... Should be that. And then there, and then there. I have to have hopper lines coming in and read if the hopper above has stuff in it, and only have it craft as long as there's stuff in each of the 3 hopper lines. Well, at least... I feel like it's probably easier because we have copper hoppers. Right? Like, the copper hoppers would definitely help in this scenario. I almost feel like the proper method on this would be to do the copper hoppers, have those send out a signal only when they're, like, over a certain amount to allow stuff in to the crafter, or to only craft once that's backed up so far, so that way it can't kick it up. It probably isn't as hard as my brain is thinking it is. Like, I feel like there's probably a method at which this would be a lot easier because of copper hoppers that we have. Well, because I could make sure there's a set amount of specific items into each one. Like, I could actually have it all kind of filter through. I mean, I guess the copper hoppers don't entirely matter, but I feel like the copper hoppers might help. I'm not certain. It doesn't matter. I'm not doing it. Okay, so we got that. Now we need iron to make a cauldron. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fair. My brain, my brain's not working properly right now. I just need to reaffirm that. My brain is not working properly right now. Please bear with. The other thing that's killing me is the autofill inventory is very much not on this pack like it was in the last one. Oh, it used up. Okay. Okay, so the recipe has changed slightly. That's fine. I mean, it balances it. I can't complain about this. It does balance this. I'm being attacked by a bee. Okay, but now the golem should be chill now because I took I took all of that out there. Oh. I took all of that out of there, right? But then I've also got that thing off of this now. Yep, thank you. Oh. Do 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 do. Ugh. But yeah, having that because they have nothing they can grab out of this now. So they'll just hang out over here. This isn't firing because I did repeaters over here to detect if there's too much crap in here. So that slows this down from being a mess of here's 5,000 things. Yeah, no, that is the thing. I think having to refill this is fair balancing. I know I could technically I could probably do a comparator into that to detect the signal, and if it doesn't detect a signal, to use a bucket on it, blah 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 blah. Like I could do that, and then I could have an item filter under that detects if it's an empty bucket to take it out of the thing, and like I could set up an auto cauldron refill to make that even faster if I wanted, right? Like that's not a huge deal. BB, hi. Hi. Yes, you're very cute, and I love you. Yeah? He's curled up in a ball next to me, but he's on his back, and he's just like looking at me like, hey, pet me? Like, okay. Okay, let's stare up at the night sky. Place her above a breaker in water. Yeah, with the new stuff, if I wanted to do it the old school way of breaking them. But like, if I wanted to do it the quick way of just getting them when I need them. So it's like, yeah, there's a couple methods for doing this, but the fact that this does a whole stack, I think, kind of makes it a lot more useful, at least right now, for what I'm doing. Okay, so what I would like to do is we're going to go here. And I know this doesn't feel... This is something that I think is going to be more apparent to people who have watched me a while. I have this tendency to build layouts and stuff based on white concrete, which is why we're doing this right now. Is I create a clear map, and then I expand from there. Now, we are going to be mostly on flat terrain, which is not something I usually like to do, but I think we start with the flat terrain, and then we just willingly add hills when we need them. I think we'll be fine. But yeah, I like to use white concrete rather than doing like the wool framework method that a lot of people do. I think it's important to build in a way that allows me to fully see and understand the scale and the volume of what I'm doing. I don't quite get that same feel of the way the light hits it. Because when people build structures and build cities in Minecraft, they tend to do the whole method of, oh, I've designed it based on like this framework. I like how the layout is. I'm not doing it based on layout. I'm doing it based on line of sight. And because I do it based on line of sight, I think it's more important to go around and go around and line things up in a different way. Raiders! Raiders, hello. Hello, everybody. Hello. Hope you all are doing well. I'm unwell. I'm sick. So my brain isn't entirely there right now, but I hope you all are doing well. Hello, JT. Hello, Red. Hello, Mars. They get special shoutouts because they've done the single channel point check-in. You should all do the single channel point check-in. You have a chance of hitting me in the face with a dodgeball if you haven't done it before. Ow! And Cleo specifically gets to smack me. But y'all actually do have a chance to smack me with your own thing as well. And I appreciate y'all coming by. We are chilling on my Minecraft server. There's a giant sphere up in the sky. This server is lightly modded. Ow. See, just like that. But I hope y'all are doing well. For those who don't know me, my name is Cameron JK. My pronouns are they, them. I'm a chill variety streamer who focuses on indie and interactive games and games you've never heard of, and Minecraft. But I hope y'all are doing alright. I hope y'all are chilling. This is a newer server. We launched it on New Year's for people who are my Streamlit subscribers. And it's just been a hop on, chill, relax, do your own thing kind of server, and yeah. But I am trying to place down a kind of layout for everything and just vibe. But hello Math, hello Amber, hello Arky, hello Jing, hello Dashipi. Hope y'all are doing all right. But yeah, I'm very low energy today. So I do apologize if anything I do seems a bit too slow or uninteresting. My brain is... I have a fever. So just bear with. But I can't mentally afford not to stream because it stresses me out when I don't. Chat also has the ability to directly manipulate my game. As you can see there, like Arky just made everything rainbow. That is actually happening to my game for me. And it's fun. I like having the special effects and things and allow y'all to interact. It all is done with Streamloots, which you can see with the link Mari just posted in chat. It is what enables me to do this full time, so. I need to make more of those. I need to redo the cards. I've kind of been slacking on the creative side of things just because life has been really stressful the last like 3.5 months. But we're getting there. We're getting there. Hello, Nickety. Hello, sees you later. So sees you later. And Misty. Hello. It's a bad fever when you start seeing the hallucinations as well. Little bit. My base is a complete mess, and I am aware. I'm not going to try and pretend it's not. It is an absolute mess in the kindest of ways. Say that should be the spot, so let's do that and that. I'll put ladders there later. Yeah, it's just one of those days that... Oh, God. What did you combine? Blue eye and safe mode? I can only see blue. Everything else is green. There we go. Back to just blue eye. That was a horrifying combination. Jesus. I love seeing the different filters though. They're a lot of fun. I think they create for a really interesting like dynamic to everything. Like, I love seeing these, like, little bits of, like, oh, yeah, the lighting is blue, I guess, because it's reflecting the sky a little bit, and things like that. But I hope y'all are doing well today. I hope y'all have had a decent time with Cleo. Take you back to Astrobot. God, the Astrobot stream was brutal. Especially that final level. Aww. I mean, even as a joke, I appreciate that, Nickety. The Streamloots cards are a lot of fun. I really love the different things y'all can do with it. I'm really glad I figured out a way to make that work. They all get to be a part of the chaos, and you actually get to be directly part of the stream. I do want to... There was a mod I used to have, and it was called Content Creator Integration, and it's by iTunes. And iTunes did a fantastic job on it, but it hasn't been updated and does not work in the current versions of Minecraft. But it allowed me to run commands based on Streamloops cards being played. So I was able to create like actual full-on like direct game influence from those Streamloops cards that would actually like spawn things on me and all that stuff, and that's just not working yet. America, yeah. Hey, Roscoe. America, yeah. Everybody say hello. Hello. Hello, hello. It's so excessive and silly. Bloop, bloop. Thank you, everybody, for participating in America, yeah. I don't... Did I leave... I did. I put some chests in here. So I'm going to grab these. Hey, Roxy. So Roxy, just like you have your call and response, I have them too. Mine just have to be triggered. Throw that in there. Oh, who did nice things?
Arkiata just gifted 5 packs to the community.
Oh, thank you so much, Arky. I appreciate that a lot. So anybody can click that link there and pick up some of the cards. I do ask you share though, so only take like one. But thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I don't have any mods here, I don't think, or I'd give you a shout out, Roxy. I got to do it on the other computer. Wait, can I do this? Can I do this? I got to get used to the PC change. There we go. Roxy is great. You should follow Roxy. You gonna work?
Oh.
There it goes.
Here we go.
Oh, you made it glitchy.
Here, let me
I forgot you were there,
let
Avon.
me go back to just chatting.
Boobies!
Oh,
Boobs!
Of course it's this clip.
boobs! Sorry, boobs! Sorry.
Hey, Milk.
That could not have been timed better.
Amazing. Amazing. Roxy is great, though. Roxy is great. Roxy is good vibes. Fine, Avon. You have a job now. Shout out Royal Milk for me. Once the thing ends, you gotta wait, because if you do it now, it's not gonna do the shout out. You gotta wait till the other one ends. Listen, I never claim to be family friendly. I claim to just not be a mature stream. That is slightly different. Perfect. Good job, Milk. You don't have a clip. It only grabs featured clips. So if you don't have a featured clip, it'll just do that. So you escape because you don't have a featured. Because that's kind of the thing with the clips is I only want it to grab ones that people have been like, yeah, no, I want to share that clip. You know, so I have it set to only grab featured ones. It seemed like the smarter way to go about it. All right, that one can stay there. I want to watch the Speed Sky. Woo! I really, really like the whole time thing. Hey, Raxon. I think when it did that one for you, Raxon, though, it was before I was able to switch back to mix it up, so it was just using a random clip pick. I think it should be good now. I basically the mix it up clip thing wasn't working for a while, and I think that's when it grabbed that one for you. The music I am listening to right now is just a playlist of lamp music. So, it's just lamp. So, you know, music for moths. Doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo. But yeah, chill vibes. Chill vibes. Chill vibes for a fever-ridden brain is kind of the whole thing. There was a lamp concert? Gasp. Does that mean because you didn't go, Milk, you were still delighted? Like, technically you can't lose. You either get to go and enjoy it, or you miss it and then you're delighted. Jail. Straight to Jame! I don't want to go to Jame! I don't know what Jame is. Haven, I'm gonna make you do more work. Can you shout out Raxon? We're adding up shout outs today, because apparently everybody's showing up now. Oh, crap. BB, is there a reason you're yelling at me?
My plan is to basically get the barn to the state the house is at, which is where it's like a shell, and then move back to the house and then move back to the barn because my...
Boo.
Gee, you
Bad
motherfucker!
pun.
I bet that was G.
Negative 17 points. And may
Gee,
the
you
dark elder ones
motherfucker.
have no mercy on
Angry
your soul.
Raxon.
We'll finish the house at every Minecraft YouTuber ever.
What I'm learning is all the people I shout out are much more mature streamers than I am. Like, they don't even have to be that much more mature, but they are more mature than me, as far as rating goes. Like, I think I comfortably sit at that, like, PG-13 threshold without, like, needing to be the PG-13 mark. And then everybody else is just like, yeah, no, probably should be adults only for 99% of existence. Which is fine. No shame to anybody who streams R18 up. I just find it funny. It's like, yeah, no, these are the people I am friends with. Shame on all of you from Haven. Shame. Shame. Yeah, no, I wasn't saying you were lewd, but I mean, there is a... What was it? In order to maintain a PG-13 rating, you're allowed to say fuck once per hour. So, like, if I said fuck again, I've suddenly become an 18 up stream. Like, that's kind of the rule there, right? But we should be grateful, because I didn't say fuck. Because saying fuck that many times would be really bad. I believe that is the standard, though, yes. There's a review board on it, but I believe that is kind of the rule, is like, a PG-13 movie is allowed to say the F word one time. Is kind of the, like, standard for language. But, like, once you exceed that, it becomes something else. I do find it weird, though, like, just as a general statement, right? The F word, like, as a thing. I find it weird that is the one that is, like, the hard line. Like, that's the hard line, right? But it's very interesting to think that the one that is arguably the least offensive of terms is the one that does it. Yeah, like the F word out of swear words is like the least offensive swear word. Because I would say like the F word doesn't have a target. Like most other swear words could be argued as a slur. Right? Like most swear words you could argue are slurs. The F word, there's no argument that it's a slur. It doesn't attack anyone, right? Like nobody is the victim of the F word. Where are my lines? Are we good? Are we good? Everything lit? Yeah. But it's not the baseline. That's the thing. It's the limit. You can get away with the B word on a lot of things. You can get like any of the B words. You can get away with most of them. Now, if that's animated, I don't get to see it animated because Mix It Up is what I'm using to view the chat. So I don't actually get to see if that is an animated emote without moving my thing over. Oh, it was a little wavy wiggle. Nice. I had to move the chat box. I had to move my chat box. So I have my chat box over top of the actual one. Because using Mix It Up's chat box, I can hide all my channel point redeemed without completely disabling channel points. Because if I get a hype train, right? If I get a hype train, that's where the problem comes in. Because when my hype trains go off, there's a single channel point redeem that becomes available, and I lose chat entirely. So I had to change it in a way that I don't see channel points that get redeemed, and that kind of just creates a little spot there. So. And yeah, no, that's honestly, Greg's, that's kind of what I was thinking is probably the reason, is literally because it's a sex term, and because it's a sex term, suddenly it's horrible. So generally speaking, just to I'll recap this since I was talking about this right before the raid. The reason I do concrete is I build based on lighting. Lighting is what defines how I will build, what the changes I do in my build are, how I will actually create things. It is purely based on lighting and line of sight and how your eye is carried through a build. So I build in white concrete so I can easily see how the shadows are forming on surfaces, how things are. I will build entire buildings out of white concrete before ripping them down and building the framework in. I build based on that kind of layout. Yeah.
My moss just got rolled up by a little green alien. Chase after it for me.
I just had the cutest idea, and I'm sorry, Mari, the break will have to wait just for me to go over this cute idea. I just pictured if we gave Mari like a moss ball to hold, and then as the stream went on, the moss ball is based on the ad timer, right? If we had it going down slowly and getting progressively smaller until it was time for ads. So that way, basically, when she goes, a little green alien rolled up my moss, and it's like, you ate it, Mari. You ate it all. I think would be a really cute way to go about it. I'm going to put that in my notes. But for those who are unaware, when Mari says something like that, the point is that my ads are back on, and that means that we should run ads. In order to turn off pre-rolls for anybody new that shows up. I don't like automated ones. I find they interrupt things and they make it more annoying. So I know that this little bit of time here is a little bit annoying for me to go over, but I find it to be a lot better than just having it, right? So we will catch you all in 3 minutes. So we're gonna take this as a moment to stretch our legs, grab a drink, all that fun stuff. I do ask you all to take care of yourselves, grab some water. All that. You are not going to miss anything. I promise there's going to be some clips that play during it so you can see what other types of things I stream if you are new here. Things like that. You can see what type of entertainment we do. You might see some of my old models and stuff because they are like some of my featured clips from all time. But I will see you all very soon. Be right back. I love and appreciate you all a lot. I'm going to go get some food. With that said, I will catch y'all next time. So, see. Through my controller. See ya. Love ya. I'm not meaning to look up her ass. The controller is upside down somewhere under my desk and I got hunted down. I'm sorry. See ya. Love ya. Bye-bye. They come, they eat, they fuck, they leave. I'm going to aim for the fourth square.
Cosmode
I'm aiming right in the
just
fourth
purchased
square.
10 honeycomb packs.
Gonna aim for that fourth square right there. Hey, Snow. Oh shit.
Let the games begin. Pick a spot to drop from.
Let's go.
Ever heard of chaos theory? Well, this is
Oh! Woo!
Oh, I am filled with rage about the whole nobody dying thing.
Yeah! Wait, can I? Yes! I found what it's for. Why does my character look? Because I have rabies, OBC. It comes with the clown nose. The real question is, are those my eyebrows or are those my eyeballs? There you are. Okay, you back away. Thank you, Asmodee. I appreciate it a lot. It's out in the water. Yes! 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 Well, there went that car. I'm really glad I added that little timer on the screen. Like, that little timer for how much time is left for the ad break, I think is a really, really good addition to everything that just makes it a lot easier for, like, anybody watching to go, oh, okay, only this much longer, right? Rather than just having a kind of guess on 3 minutes. But thank you, Asmo, for buying those packs. Today is the last day for this goal period on the Streamloots pack, so it does mean a little bit extra. It is, especially like when you're, especially for people who are, I think more than anything, people who are subbed who don't get ads, right? Like knowing you're waiting for me to come back from ads, like how much longer do I gotta wait? So I'm glad I incorporated that. Like I'm trying to get, lately a lot of the changes I've been doing to my stream are not the same as my typical stuff where I'm trying to do cool things. I'm trying to do things that are helpful lately. Like I want to do things that are like, okay, we need something that makes this more accessible. Like we've got our closed captions, right, that anybody can turn on. We've got our starting soon timer going on. I've made Mari as accurate as I can to make sure those ads are going. And I'm trying to get thing after thing after thing. Also, I haven't greeted people for the check-in. So hello Yuna, hello Nahi, hello Amoru, hello Fox, hello Raxon, hello VJ, hello Toko. Sorry, I was a little behind on the check-ins. Being helpful is cool. It is. I've got to figure out, because there is an issue going on with some of my redeems. Where did you come from? But yeah, I try my best to make things as accessible as I can. The closed captions are still one of the things that I'm really happy we've got sorted. I try to go in there every once in a while and add certain things to the filters to make sure it's as accurate as possible for people. different names and things. I want to make sure those are proper, right? But you can only do so much, right? But trying to make sure that as viewers, anybody who tunes in gets things at the right time. I want to make sure that the clip montage is at a good rate. Yeah, Skulls, we know. When a mommy skeleton and a daddy skeleton love each other very much, they bone. You forgot the last 2 words, but like other than that. Okay, let's move Asmo's little gift to us. No. There we go. My new mouse has this issue when I middle click, it like scrolls. So like if you look, middle click. It's a little too sensitive. Well, I say little gift. I mean, like it obviously took a lot of work, but I don't have any I don't have point of reference for how much rotten flesh you had. I know. You're good, Asmo. There we go. But yeah, so I tend to build with white concrete, right? Like as kind of a thing. Because more than anything, the most important thing a build can have, in my opinion, is proper shadows. So you can see, like, just like as a reference, like when you have a wall here, right? The way that your eye is going to play across the shape matters here, because like how does that line up with, say, that? Like if I have a building behind it, you've suddenly got this like path that you're able to see. And now obviously when you start adding in, mixing in colors, it changes it. But this essential blocking out system here is important. I never claim to be family friendly. I claim to be PG-13. And mainly the reason I claim PG-13 is because that is the youngest you have to be to even be on Twitch in the first place. So if you don't qualify for PG-13, screw you. You're not supposed to be here. Do-do-do. But yeah, no, I find the concrete to just be a really useful block to really start like mapping things out and getting the look and feel down, and then I'll do some buildings in color to get kind of the idea of how those colors will play with each other, but I tend to not use I tend to not actually use the concrete in the builds themselves. I actually use a mix of like different weird materials. I use like warped wart and crimson wart and all that stuff. I try to use blocks that people don't usually do and create a mess. I intentionally create a mess with my builds. Like that is how I want them to be. I want them to be a way where you don't quite understand what's going on. Oh yeah, that'll cause problems for you, Taiga. Boop. Ow! Hey, Clue. By the way, just because there are a good chunk of y'all here, I figured I would... Oh, wait for it. There it is. Thank you, Clue.
Amazing. Clumily just subscribed to us for another month. That's 38 now.
If I break this, do I get the shards off of it? I do. Cool. I need to relocate these. Would I get more if I used a looting pick on them? Yes. Do I care? No. Thank you so much, Clue, for the resub. I do appreciate it. But since there are so many of you here, I kind of want to let y'all know about something that I don't think a lot of people are fully aware with Twitch. Basically, your view does stop counting after a certain point. So one of the best things that you can do is have Better Twitch TV installed, and then in your settings for it, make sure to turn on auto-claim channel points, or auto-claim bonus channel points, and it makes sure your view continues to count. Because basically, if you lurk too long, Twitch starts thinking you're not there. So just every once in a while, make sure to claim the little bonus channel point just below the chat if you can. Obviously, you're not required to, but it does help. Yeah, so we have Silk Touch Amethyst buds just because there's no reason not to have that. There's zero reason not to have the ability to Silk Touch Amethyst buds in the game. Zero, none. No reason that it's not in the thing. At all. Like, I don't understand why it's not a thing. I didn't mean to take that one. There are certain things that I can side with as like, oh, it's for farming, it's for this, it's to make you travel and do things. Like, I had to travel to find it in the first place. I already did the travel part. Let me make cool, efficient farms that don't have to wedge into weird spots. You know, like, just let me chill. I do most of the stuff I do is recipe heavy. Like, we can craft cobble down into gravel, into sand kind of stuff. Like that's where I focus. Rather than any of the bigger ones. Boop 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 boop. But one of them on our server to make everybody's life easier is the I don't do it with mob spawners. I think those should stay where they're at. Building an amethyst shard sweep around how they generate is so much fun. Yeah. It is neat though to see what people will make when they do them, but Silk Touch is just one of those things where it's like, the whole point of Silk Touch is to be able to grab things that you wouldn't normally be able to. The Amethyst Bud should be one of those. There we go. Boop. But yeah, I try to, like, we changed, like, turtle helmet recipes were one of the things on the server that makes life a lot easier. You only need, one turtle scoot and then a leather helmet. And then we also have the ability to craft shulker boxes with 2 turtle helmets instead. It's like, it's considerably less work, and it allows you to have them earlier. Right? Like, that was kind of the thing. It's like, I don't mind things having a kind of grindy state. But, like, I haven't changed, like, Elytra, other than the Ender Dragon will drop Elytra when we get to that point, right? Things like that. The time get longer, the more people are on the server. I think it needs a percentage, which I don't know if I can change that. Can I? I'm not sure what it would be under. Sleep warp status. I can do a status. I can see who's sleeping. I'm not after that though. I don't know. I don't know if I can, like, give it its own percentage or not. I don't know what the rules are on the whole sleep thing exactly. Other than it works. Like, it still goes, even if there's only one person. I think just I think the percentage of people needed to do it as a instant speed up has to be higher, otherwise it does a cooldown, I think is what it is. So if there's like all these people that are on now, if all 5 of them are on it, it'll do it probably really quick. But like I think it's just the speed of which it decides to actually speed it up. So it changes, right? Okay, so this is my last bit of concrete right now, but I do feel good with how much we actually placed here. Like, it's just nice to see, like, okay, I have kind of a canvas here, and I can go, I want to build a structure over top of this, right? Like, I have plans for building anything here. Hey, Wim! I have plans for building a kind of, like, a fountain, a water feature kind of thing in the middle of kind of like a park in the middle. But I need to expand beyond that. Oh, it'll take time. We'll get there. Like, I need to make a circle that goes over top of this. And then the question becomes, okay, what size is the circle that I'm doing for this? And my brain is going, we need to find and scream in the face. Oof, I'm sorry, Data. So, okay. This should be 15 blocks, I think. So, right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so it's 15. So I want to do a 15 block circle probably. Maybe, actually probably 21. Maybe let me pull up my little thing here. I need a circle. And I need to be 21 blocks. Which is fairly easy. Okay. I don't have enough concrete to do this, though, so let's go down and grab a little bit more. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bones. We got 10 white dye there. Do I have more bones? Alright, we're going to Lee's. The reason we're going to Lee's is Lee has a very, very rudimentary... Boop, very rudimentary little mob spawner. I can do this and you can see they're spawning over there. But it works, right? Get a better view of it. There we go. Lee is pretty cool. But yeah, it's like right next to Lee's little base, and I know it's set up. I know Fox has one as well, but I don't know how far along they've got theirs set up, so. Ow! Hey, May. That was a dodgeball. That was a dodgeball. Yeah, Spawn has one, but every so often it kind of goes through. I figure this is a faster way, or not faster necessarily, but a little less, screwy. Never said I was good at dodgeball. What's funny is I'm doing this like there's not already a ton of bone meal in here for like baking. I did those earlier. I'm just taking those. Those were mine. Whoop. Okay. I need a crafting bench down here. I know there's a crafting bench in one of these. Where is it? There you are. Found it! Okay. Bone meal. White dye. Oh my god, my nose is itchy. My nose is really itchy. Oh my god. Ugh, I'm okay. And I needed a bucket. Dear God. The reason we need a bucket is because we need to go over here. We can go like this, and we go boop. Oh, missed. Do that, go there, go there. Go there, go there. Cool. You shouldn't have heard Batman. I don't think I did Batman. No, this server is not compatible with Bedrock. I did not put the mod for that on because it's unreliable, and I've also got specific mods that add and change a few things around, so they wouldn't work with that. Na 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 na. But yeah, no, my server is not compatible with Bedrock. Sorry. I got too many little like back end mods that would definitely not work. I'm trying to find a good resource pack that makes the copper golems not look like they do. That still feels like it belongs in the game. I appreciate that, Ollie. But yeah, no, I need to find a new resource pack for some stuff. Mainly I want to redo the copper golems right now. Yeah, because I find that to be one of the most tedious things. Thank you for the follow. Man, here's my copper golems. They're having a fight apparently. I don't know why they're. Yes, baby. Hi. 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 My cat's yelling at me. I need. Did I keep the comparator up here? I had an extra one, and I don't know if it's up here, or if I used it. Or a repeater. I don't think it's up here. I do also have cauldron mud, yes. Okay. You two are just gonna live there now. This is the one thing. I think, and I'm sorry. One of you needs to go. Like, obviously, you're gonna be stuck on your own, but one of you needed to go, because that's just gonna be a never-ending issue, and I'm sorry. Because that's just gonna keep happening otherwise. Now what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You gonna find consciousness? There you go. Critters! Hey, Raiders, how's it going? I hope you're doing well. Thank you for coming by. I do appreciate it. I hope you're doing well today. I hope your stream went well. Ugh. Big stretch. Big stretch. Ugh. But yeah, I hope you all are doing well. For those who do not know me, my name is Cameron JK. My pronouns are they, them. I'm a chill variety streamer focused on indie and interactive and just overall good vibes and chill atmosphere. But I hope y'all are doing well. We just saved a copper golem from being stuck in a loop. BB, buddy, chill. My cat is yelling at me for no discernible reason right now. Buddy, you good? You good? Yeah. I want to learn Blockbench. Okay. Indie Interactive and Minecraft. I want to possibly learn Blockbench and then remake these guys, but remake them to look like the little calf pints. Calf pints are the little characters walking across the bottom of the screen. The little guys walking across the bottom of the screen. I kind of want those to be these guys, like little robot versions of them walking around. I think would be really cute. I'm awful at fighting games as well, Sapphire, and I'm going to be playing one Friday for a sponsored thing, so that's going to be weird. I'm really bad at them, but that's part of the fun, right? Part of the fun is sometimes just being absolutely awful at certain games. Okay, so raids as a thing. Raids are what happens when somebody decides that they've ended their stream and they would like to send the people watching their stream to somebody that they like. So Sapphire decided that that he liked my stream and he wanted to send people my way, and he did. Whoa! Hello. He decided he wanted to send people my way. And now everybody that was watching him, if they stayed around anyway, are now over here. So that's what a raid is. A raid just kind of redirects the views to a new audience. So it's a really cool way that you can support other streams and things like that. So like Cleo raided into me when they ended their stream, and then I'll be sending everybody on when I end mine over on to the next person. The one major rule with that, though, is to not send it to the next, to not like send it over to, or not, I mean, to not try and guide it. So like let people do their own kind of stream thing, right? But you don't want to be like, send it to this person, because then if you do that, then you're a jerk and then nobody likes you. Don't try to tell people who to send to unless they ask. And I mean, clearly ask. The number of people have gone, you should raid this person. Like, I did not ask, and now I'm definitely not doing it. I also have kind of a rule for my own stuff that I only send people to people I know. Right? Like, I will only send people over to people that I have watched. So I can go, I know this person. I know this person is good, and things like that. Oh. God, no, Data, genuinely, the people I know and have directly interacted with reduces most conversations down to like 3. I every so often I'm reminded of how like interwoven I am with so many different groups. And it's weird. Like it's really weird. Like I've had conversation with this, but like I did demo spree stuff a while back, and last year basically I now have mutuals that raid into me every so often that used to be part of Smosh. So it's just like what is this weird. So I have direct connections with Smosh and Hermitcraft, and it's weird. I've got friends who do band tour posters for like the Grateful Dead and AC/DC and Metallica. I've got friends who are fashion designers and like in magazines, and it's just I have such I had multiple college classes with the creator of Lackadaisy Cats. Like it's just thing after thing after thing. It's like what like I'm a nobody in the middle of nowhere, and I have weird connections all over and mutuals from different groups, and it's strange and confusing. one of my regular here's one. One of my regular lurkers who you might catch here every so often if you come to the right streams and a member of my Discord is C418. Like like the connections I have confuse me. But it's like, I think the kind of the point is like everybody's just regular people, right? And that's kind of the key thing is like no matter who you know, even if like what they do is really cool, you still just treat them as people because they are people. But it'll still throw me off when it happens. Like what do you mean one of my regulars is C418? But that's kind of the fun of it all, right? Yeah. I've got friends who do like regular music for different video game companies and things like that, and have won awards for it and stuff, and it's just interesting, right? Oh yeah. If we want to talk voice actors, I have multiple friends who are professional voice actors as well. It's surreal. One of my friends is actually one of the body models for Horizon Forbidden West. Is one of the body models in that game. It's weird, right? yeah, Data. That one always like that one is always funny. It's like, because I'm gonna comment on Data's one. The slap with a mutual is dating one of their favorite Hummer writers. So me dating Cleo is just funny because there was somebody I was hanging out and I was giving tech advice to because they needed help with things and I was helping them sort through tech issues and things like that. And I had raided them one stream, and they were doing, they were on a server that was basically just doing decked out runs. And they were about to explain to everybody who raided, because I don't know if you guys know what Hermitcraft is or what decked out is or anything like that. I go, okay, don't freak out. Was just my response was just, okay, yeah, for Wizard. I was like, don't freak out. Don't freak out. It just like... Oh, they freaked out. That was just the full thing. They freaked out entirely. But it was just really funny because like, yeah. But it was just one of those like they were about to explain decked out. It's like, okay. Typically this would be something like, yeah, definitely explain this to people. You don't got to explain it to a single person here, I promise. Hey, Vin's a kiss ass. I think the reason Wizard freaked out the way that she did was more than anything was the fact that like Wizard is on my friends list, so it's this weird like situation of wait, what do you mean? Yeah, just hold shift while using the axe, Asmo. But like I've got friends that are in so many different weird groups. Like Wizard is great. Another fun one is like I've got friends who work on SpongeBob and the Patrick Star Show, and it's just like I have friends that are all over. I have a connection in almost every major animation group, and it's weird. That is a Western animation group anyway. And it's really funny. It's like I don't feel like I think I am the boring one out of all of these connections. I'm the boring one. And that's fine. I think I would be less boring if I could handle my mental health, but I suffer from severe depression issues and things like that, and really bad ADHD, and I don't have insurance to handle that. So it has greatly slowed down my ability to really manage any of that. So I will blame that for a good chunk of it. But I do want to work on making my own game this year. I'm gonna hit up my friends who do music to see if any of them want to throw any my way and be like, if you want to like make a bunch of tracks and just take 100% of the cut from anybody buying the soundtracks, you are more than welcome to, kind of thing. But I don't have money. I don't have money. Just as a statement, Ollie, I know you don't mean anything by it, but please don't use man in a sentence towards me. It makes me uncomfortable. I am non-binary, and whenever I see that, it can feel like a dig, even if it's not intended to be. Because some people will use it as I don't mean it in a gendered way, and it's like, I get that, but some people do mean it in a gendered way, and it can like be like a gut punch, you know. So it's something I just try to mention, regardless of people's intent, because it's kind of a intentional or not, it can hit as a red flag. You're good. Like I said, I don't believe you were being hostile with it. I'm just letting you know. Greg. Oh, you're saying now the leather helmet is the annoying part against stalkers. Greg's, you can use rotten flesh to make leather. That was the one thing. So yeah. So Data is talking about a thing. This is one of those things that pops up a lot. A lot of people use dude and bro as a quote unquote gender neutral thing. Dude, bro, and man. But I guarantee you, if you ever check a trans woman's like TikTok feed, you'll see that more than anywhere else, because people are using it as they can't get mad. I clearly mean it in a gender neutral way, when they don't. So it's something to be aware of, that like, while you may not mean anything by it, a lot of people will use it in a way that is meant to work as a kind of like, I didn't mean it that way. You're just being angry over nothing, and it's like and so you just kind of mark it down as a red flag, right? And it ruins it for others. It's one of those things, like I was talking about the other day, and people think that I'm overreacting on this, but it's the same with like Pepe the Frog, right? The Pepe the Frog emotes people have. I don't think a lot of people using them have ill intentions. However, it is tied to people with ill intentions, whether you want it to or not, enough so that it has like international, like it has been on international news as a hate symbol. Like, and it's one of those things where it's like, well, don't use dude for me either, Ollie, is what I'm saying. But yeah, there's like certain things that are like tied to hate groups. Pepe the Frog, it's the green frog that you'll see on a lot of memes for that whim. I slowly have like blocked them from being able to be used in my chat. Don't use either. You can say my name, Ollie. Like you don't need to use a gendered term, is the thing. Cam, just call me Cam. You got the stream. Yeah, just say Cam. There you go. Yeah. Cam or Cameron or anything. Even Rabbit has worked. You're good. The whole point of streams is to talk about random stuff. So you gave me a topic and we worked on the topic, right? But yeah, most of the time you don't need to use a term. A lot of people use dude and bro and things like that as fillers. The same as people who say right? It's not actually needed at all in a lot of the sentences. But yeah, my statement on that frog, you'll see the frog in a lot of like different discords and stuff and things. And it's like, I don't believe people mean bad things with them, but it can be something that people may have a poor experience with, given that it has white supremacist ties, whether it is intended to or not. So it's very easy to just stop using that frog, right? Like it doesn't fault anybody for it, right? Like nobody's you're not losing some major thing by suddenly not using a frog meme, right? And that's kind of the thing, is like But people got really mad at me when I pointed that out on Blue Sky the other day. I was like, yeah, you can just like stop using it. It doesn't like harm you to not use it, right? I don't know, May. I think you got too used to the one. Okay, so there's that, and I'm gonna grab a stack of that, and then I need, not you, I need 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I need 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Hey, Cabbage. Yep, exactly. That's kind of the thing, and it's dog whistles are sadly all over the place. And you just kind of got to learn them, and then you can choose to adapt or not. But yeah, it's one of those things. I mean, like a simple one is just red shoelaces, right? Like we talk about red shoelaces, right? And it can be a red flag. I think red shoelaces are probably one of the more popular ones. For those who don't know, red shoelaces on boots can be bigoted. They are not inherently bigoted, but they can be bigoted. They are a way like that neo-Nazis can identify each other. I am not saying that this is guaranteed the case. I know there's specifically you have to like lace it a certain way, yada, 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 but it doesn't mean that it's not going to make people question. And it's like, if I can avoid having people question me, then I'm good, right? Like, that's kind of the thing. It's like, it's really easy to avoid being questioned. Specifically, it's red laces with combat boots, and then they have to be stitched a certain way, but it's gonna throw people, right? Like it's something that can throw people off, and that's just kind of why you want to be like, okay, well, is this something I can control and make it so I don't make people uncomfortable? Yeah, okay, cool. Then I can just change that bit of nature. And like I had people who were commenting, acting like it was like ceding something to yeah, it's like I was ceding something to race and stuff. It's like, I'm not really losing much though. Like, I don't care if I, like, oh no, I can't use a weird frog. Like, I don't care. Why should I care? Why should I care that I can't use why should I care that I can't use this meme frog, right? There's certain things that I don't mind losing. And I think people who argue about, like, where do we draw the line? It's like, I feel like my line is when something is nationally recognized as an issue. And I think when international media covered Pepe the Frog being a white supremacist symbol, that's a good sign to go, you know what? I'm not going to use it anymore. You know? And it's like, I think that's a pretty good standard when people in multiple countries know of it as a connection to a hate group. I'm gonna just pass that away and not touch it. It's like, cool. But yeah, no, dog whistles are all over. I am somebody who is like hyper aware of things, so I don't like, I tend to not fault people for not knowing, but I also try to let people know when these things are popping up, when these issues are happening. I will vague post things when I find them to be annoying, but not worth calling out. One of the recent ones is a popular Twitch stream team. One of the people running it does a lot of Gen AI posts. I don't think anything ill of the people in the group. I think they can do their own research. If they see my post, then they might check into their thing, but it's not worth me going, hey, by the way, the creator of your thing supports or like the owner of your group supports Gen AI. Like, I'm not gonna like call. I don't do call outs. I don't like call outs. The only call out I've ever done, I think, online is for the My Tip Me tipping service that some people are using. My Tip Me is a scam. The product itself may not be a scam, but they market themselves as a scam, and they're bad people, and they failed NFTs, and now they're lying about who they are. I found this funny, though, because I had talked about this yesterday. My Tip Me, every so often I'll get a repost on Blue Sky because somebody found my post, because I have the top post, basically, when you search for My Tip Me. Now, over their own thing, because they've pissed off so many people. But I only did it because I questioned their practices of how they were doing. They used to claim, oh, we're the only tipping service that gives 100% of the tip to the creator. They don't. Arguably, they give 80%, which is far worse than any other tipping service out there by a lot. The worst one I could find was 5%, just to be clear, other than them. So they've changed it now. They only take 15%. Which is still awful. But they did a post after I was getting attention. I'm like, oh, let's see what's going on with their post. Let's see how this is all being handled. And they did a post. We've seen posts going around calling our service a scam. And I'm like, okay, I don't think you're actually talking about me because I've got you blocked on all ends, so I don't think that's it. But I was looking into it. Oh, that's part of it, Wim. They basically, what they did is they give 100% of the tip, but they tack on a service charge after the tip. So 100% of the tip goes on, but then you have to pay an extra amount to send them that tip, is the whole thing. You're good, Greggs. But basically, they did a post yesterday that was saying, I want to address these things. I'm Britt, the owner of My Tip Me. Here's the thing. Their owner's name isn't Britt. Their owner's name is is Aiden. Their owner's name is Aiden. Not Britt. They chose a feminine sounding name in order to manipulate people into thinking that it was a woman-run business for, I assume, sympathy? And the reason I am specifically saying this, and why I think this is important, is because, one, that's really screwed up. Two, their service, if you look at the history of their Blue Sky username and see what it used to be called Twitch Dating. Like, they used to be called Twitch Dating. Like, they were going to create a dating site, and then before that, they were a cryptocurrency site. They're just really manipulative people trying to exploit people. But I just like, oh, I gotta let people know about this because this is ridiculous kind of thing. And I was just like, yeah, that's not their name. And just to be clear, the reason I know the creator's name is Aiden is their business filing are public. Like, if you do a search for who owns My Tip Me, it's the second result. Or the first, depending on what search engine you use. Like, it's not hidden. So the fact that they're like going, oh, I'm this, it's like, you have one person. Your business records say that you are one person. You have one owner. There are no other officers in your company. How do you think this lie is going to work for you? You know, it's just like, how is this intended? How are you intending to get away with this? And it was just like, what? And it's because people are just taking it as face value. But it's just like, you're just lying. You're just lying. And it's like, I get it. I get it to a point of, like, you're trying to save face. You're trying to be a legit company, all that stuff. They've removed the part that says you get 100% of the tip. That's been removed. They reduced the amount from 20% service fees to 15, still a lot. They've added a lot of features. They've done things to improve. They have actually done things to improve. And I will not fault them for that. That's not a bad thing that they have done things to improve. However, the whole reason all this started, they had a Gen AI avatar. I believe their new one is still Gen AI, but it's less obvious now because it's been like 2 years since they made the company and changed the model recently. So Gen AI has changed. But I believe they still have a Gen AI avatar. It's just more of a modern graphic design one. But they keep following they keep following people that they've already followed, unfollow them and follow them again in order to get people to see them again. Like, hey, you should basically trying to get people to check out their page by spamming them with follows is their whole thing. That's what they keep doing. Like that's their main marketing method, is to keep following people again and again and again and again. That's their thing, which is gross and shady, and don't do that. Right? Yeah, no, exactly. They've not acknowledged any of the issues. What's funny is like they changed the thing from the 20 to 15 and never even told people they did it. But it's because they would have to acknowledge the fact that they were charging a service fee and have to publicly state, hey, we were doing a service fee of this much, which would get them called out. What's really funny is people keep going, what makes your service, what you provide, any different than using a service like Ko-fi, which only charges 5%? Right? Which I think is a very valid question. How are you different than this other service doing the same thing? And then they just keep letting, well, here's a link to our features. Like, that is not the question. The answer is, what do you have that Ko-fi doesn't? Not what are your features. What do you have that this other service that does not charge as much does have? That is a very important and different question. And they don't want to answer it. It's because you're not doing anything special. And they know it. They know it. Okay, so really quick, I wanted to mark a circle.
Be true to yourself.
That too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. So it should be 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so this is something that bugs me, Wim. It is Ko-fi. A lot of people say coffee. A lot of people say Ko-fi. I always said Ko-fi. And then their logo was a coffee cup. And then I changed to saying coffee. And then they said, no, it's pronounced like no fee. So it's Ko-fi. And it's like, I hate this. Okay, so I am looking at a circle generator for this. I'm gonna be clear. I have a circle generator up, right? I might fight with this circle. Because I don't like this circle. Proper circles at a certain scale sit weird. And you only really notice it when they get small. You won't notice it when they're bigger, but I'm bothered here. And I want to explain. And I might be wrong. I might feel different when I actually see it at full size, but okay. Okay, so here's our circle, and I'm gonna try and view this from up a little bit higher so we can talk about this circle, right? So here is our circle. Now, this feels like an octagon to me. Does anybody else feel like this is an octagon rather than a circle? Like, I know that we're limited in sides, but this feels like an octagon. That's what I'm saying. Like, its only curve that we're getting is right there. Now, I'm gonna try some things, but I think the fix is actually to do that, and then remove this one on all sides, and I want to see how that feels first. So that's gonna be our first one, and I'm gonna leave that one alone so we can compare, right? But I'm gonna do that, and we're gonna see, is this the fix? That definitely feels better. That does feel better. Like, that is a drastic difference. Put the broken block back? Well, what do you mean? Oh, you're saying, like, make a triangle in the corner. You're saying... compare with and without that little bit, right? Like, thicken the wall there. I see what you're saying. But I think it's too much. I think it can be considered in the long term, but I think for the time being, I think it's better without it. Like, I think I'd rather just have it without it. And then if I do in the future need to flesh it out, or when I flesh this out to not be the white concrete, then we have that shape more there. Yeah, that's kind of thing. If we focus just on the outside, I think it's good. If we focus on just the inside, I think it needs the corner. So I think we're in a weird spot. Like if we had all of the corners in, I think that might change it. It's kind of a weird spot, but I definitely see what you're saying. I hear you. It will be considered. All right, I am going to just do this for now. No! Boop, 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 boop. I run out! Oh no, Amber. You're talking about the ambient occlusion where the circle joins the foundation. It's casting an almost perfect circle. Oh, neat. I don't want to have to remake. I don't want to make more concrete right now. So I'm going to be annoying. Oh yeah, another mod we have on the server I don't think people have noticed yet. Or nobody's commented on it. Is we have magnets. Little item magnets. Oh, up there. Yeah, no. Oh yeah, you're talking up here. Yeah, that looks so much more like a circle than the diagonal. It looks so much better. I mean, you may not be talking about that, but that's what I'm seeing. Yeah, I need to remove this thing. Go there, go there, go there. Cool. Down we go! Throw all that in there. More dye. Yeah, the magnets are nice. I did change the magnet setup I was using. So there are two different types of magnets. You have the regular magnets, and then you have amethyst ones that are a further magnet that do 8 blocks instead of 4. 8 blocks was just too far. 8 blocks was just way too far. So I switched back to the simpler one. Like I get why it's there, but ugh. Right, up we go. I wanna give the newcomers a view of the sphere. I need to climb these scaffolds like this more often. No strobe effect for y'all. What's cool though is we have Voxy on the server, which I am seeing some people recommending having Bobby on to do like 32 chunks close, and then Voxy to do beyond that, and it's not a bad idea as a combo. Distant Horizons sucks, and I will vote against Distant Horizons if you're choosing what to use. Don't use Distant Horizons. It's choppy. But when you use this, I can see 2,000 chunks away. Actually, I think I got it on 1,000 chunks. But still. Like, look how far I can see. Look how far I can see. Where's your base, Avon? See, the problem is I've gone above the clouds, which means now I can't see bases. Avon's base is like right there. I can see it. Well, so Dor, this is the thing. This is the reason I mentioned Voxy. Voxy loads them in as low poly. So you can see much further than anything, and it does a very, very low poly version of them rather than much further. Voxy is worth trying. Artisy can vouch for it. Artisy's had some really horrible computer stuff going on with trying to play Minecraft, and then Voxy suddenly allows him to see drastically further. Yeah, there's Avon's base. And then if we look over here, there's Fox's base. And you can see it kind of loading in there. There's Lee's base. Oh, is that where? Okay, so that's I believe this is Nahi's farm, right? Right here in the water. I'm guessing that's Nahi's farm. I think. Oh, there's Big B's. There's Big B's. Over there. I think this is Nahi's right here. There's a village over there. I think that's just a regular village, though. Somewhere in this view, there's a castle. Where's the castle? Cat Dog's castle is around here somewhere. What is that? That's new. There's spawn. There's something else. I don't know what that is. You say that. Let me get... Have a good one, Taiga. Let me get over here. Like, I know your base is underwater, but I believe I can still see it. Because the villager trading hall is right there. And there's a village there, but the villager trading hall is right there, which means the bathysphere is like somewhere around here.
Could you at least give me a few minutes of quiet so I can catch some shut-eye? You
Maybe.
could run an ad so the viewers still have something to watch.
There's Rose's. Okay, so I want to explain this. So there's Rose's base, right? I want you all to see this. That is all the way over here. That is at positive 4,600. I am at negative 5,000. That is 10,000 blocks away. I've lost sight of where it is. That is 10,000 blocks away right there. 10,000 blocks. Oh. $10,000 blocks. I think Avon is only like 5,000 blocks, right? Double check. Avon is at negative, that's 8,000. That is okay. That is 8,800 away. That's Avon's base. But it's like you can see so far here. I love it. Like I love seeing how far I can see. Now obviously I do have to go to these areas to like reload them and clean them up, but Distant Horizons tries to reduce things down to a lower pixel thing. The way Voxy works, the way Voxy works is it reduces things down to a low poly model, and it judges kind of the faces of things. So like this cliff we're seeing here is actually, it judges the distance and then goes, just make that whole thing one thing, right? Like that whole face there, when I zoom out, it just says that all is one shape. Bobby as a thing loads the chunks in and just loads them in normally. The problem with Distant Horizons, though, that I think is very important. Have a good one, Ollie. The problem with Distant Horizons that I think is an important distinction is Distant Horizons and Voxy do very similar things. But the problem with Distant Horizons is that Distant Horizons, the way it is programmed, about every 5 minutes, it writes everything it detected to a file at once. Whereas Voxy does a lot of small updates. So Voxy is very smooth on your computer, whereas Distant Horizons will cause a quick spike. So even though like I have myself VSync down to 100 FPS, right? When I was using Distant Horizons, it would drop me occasionally down to 1 frame for a quick second. How do you get Vanilla's Distant Fog? I'm assuming you're talking about while using Voxy. In video settings for general, at the very end, there is Enable Environmental Fog, which is theirs, which I believe is the one, but I think you can just type fog, right? Fog. Yeah, global fog. Renders all fog effects, atmospheric fog. I think this is the one you're after. Or these. But if you have Voxy on and you make sure Voxy's rendering for using their version, it should override the other one. If you have Voxy rendering on, it should override it. But yeah. And there you go. As Artisy said, Voxy runs efficiently enough that he can run it on a laptop with 2 gig graphic memory and see thousands of blocks away. Yeah, Voxy is fantastic. Oh, 1 second. Also, as a little additional perk of Voxy, their mod page has a giant pride flag on it. So, I mean, like, they're all automatically cooler, right? Like, they're just cooler. They've got a pride flag on their mod page. Voxy is also made by the same person who made the face bar, which is the little ability to see people's icons on the little tracker instead of the little gold thing. Same dev. But I will be right back. Mari said it is time for a break, so we should get up, stretch our legs, all that stuff. I am going to do that because I definitely need to. My legs are sore. I will see y'all very soon. Be right back. Oops. Oh my god, that's actually real! I thought it was just people memeing. I thought it was a meme. I thought it was a meme. I'm gonna destroy these cabbages. My cabbages! Wait, I gotta do it right. My cabbages! Is that better? Well, there went that car. Let me take the Katamari. Help! Help! It's a big milestone as well. Oh god! We've begun with this. I guess we're playing a classic game now. This actually isn't too hard on this game. Ow, never mind. God. Okay, you've actually successfully got me with that. That mirror went on longer than I thought. What? Well, this is okay. Okay, chat. I didn't mean play every single card. What? You know, here's the thing though. For the wider ones now, we've given them a specific. You can stand on top of missile megs. Just make sure to carefully time your jump. Oh, I'm bad at that. As I was saying. How the hell? My God. My God. Hey sis, look what I can do. I'm dead. Sis, are you looking? Are you looking? Sis? 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 So I just want to make a statement with what I'm saying. The whole comment on open source. I have mixed feelings on open source. I do think open source is good. But I also think if it is something that you are actively working on as a project, and especially something where you are getting paid, open source can be a rough spot. I think my line comes for when developers decide that they are no longer going to be working on a project, which there are many mods that are this way, that they're like, I'm done working on it, but then they don't release the code. That's where I have more of an issue. I know that open source is obviously great for a lot of reasons, but I have mixed feelings when it's like, yeah, but this is income, right? And then when people make those forks, if it's because of it's open source, and then that original one never gets the pay, it's kind of a weird spot when it's smaller things for me. Open source can be a benefit, can definitely be a benefit, but it's a whole complicated thing. But like, I think as long as it's still being developed, I don't think it's entirely necessary to be open source. But it's just like, once it's... If they're no longer going to be developing the mod, please make it open source so people can choose to update it and fix the problems. Because there's so many mods that have not been updated in years, right? The dev is still around online, but they're just, I don't want to work on it anymore. It's like, make it open source. Let people do it. It's a weird spot. I also think that there is a risk when people do open source ones that comes with malicious actors. People also possibly putting the code on sites you don't approve of. I know a lot of people are wanting to step away from GitHub right now because the people in charge of GitHub are feeding stuff into AI. And I don't blame them at all for wanting to step away from those sites. But I could see putting it open source and go, here's my fork of it, and then putting it on GitHub and just kind of ruining that for the reason the other person's not on it. So there's some weird spots, right? Like, just suddenly disrespecting the wishes of the people behind it, and it's like, it can be rough. The billboard is amusing. I love seeing the billboard like expand. I'm gonna take these sticks. There we go. Get that over there. Ding. I need to get an oil for my mouse. And I know that sounds like such a weird thing. I have a trackball mouse. I very specifically use a trackball mouse for most things. And this is a brand new mouse that I got. It's a brand new mouse, and the problem that I'm running into is it's a little sticky. Like the ball bearings in there are not the best, so I it's just a little sticky. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like if you're going to stop working on a mod, please open it to the public. Like make it open source. We don't need dead things on there. I think part of it is also the night is determined to be 1 minute long, so if you sleep immediately, it's gonna take a minute to go. Oh, 5 minutes till the server reboots. Not the end of the world. There we go. But yeah, it can take a minute, but I don't think that's too much to ask. I do need to dig through the settings, though, because it shouldn't be... Did you stop sleeping mid-sleep? Kind of terrifying. So if you are holding a diamond hoe on this server, you can walk across crops. And it'll auto-harvest for you. Actually, you know what? Because I've got a second. Because the server's going to reboot soon. Let me check the files for the sleep. Panel. File manager. I'm going to see if I can update the settings before we get there. Where is it? Sleep warp. Change that to false. Save. Okay, in theory, netherite hoe in theory will work. I'm not sure. It should. So when the server reboots, hopefully the sleep will not have the percentage thing. I'm not sure. Where's my mouse? Mouse, there you are. Skulls, could you do me a favor in the Discord and just remind me to turn off, just say turn off control. I need to fix a thing, and I keep leaving it on, and it's on me. I'm gonna change up the music. Let's do... what do I want to listen to? Let's get Katamari going. Have a good one, Wim. And oh no, Door, I'm sorry. Thank you, Skulls. I want to turn this off. It usually isn't an issue, but because I'm capturing a second PC, it is now suddenly an issue again. But yeah, I want to make this into a whole, like, water thing here. I did see Skulls, thank you. No, you're not on... Wait, yes, you are on the server, Door. Server will reset in about 90 seconds. It resets 5 minutes after the hour. But, yeah. Why are you on a solo world, May? Good to have that. Let that go. Gotcha. Do 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 do. Wait for it. We're gonna explode. We're gonna explode in 26 seconds, probably. Uh, 18 seconds. 15. Let's see how accurate my computer clock is. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nice! Happy New Year. The server boots up so quick. So quick. So May, you need to go, you need to click the settings gear by chat, and then, better Twitch TV settings, and then make sure auto claim is on. It's not on by default. You gotta make sure auto claim chest is actually on. Go over here. We know Avon's been doing work. Let's see what work Avon has been up to. Is that with Voxy on door? Or just on, like, I would say open the game, but don't log into anything. Go into your setting, like, so with, like, on the main menu, go into here and go to Voxy, and then go all the way down here. And then make sure this is as far to the left as you can get it. Like, lower the render, since I have it on 1006, you should put it on 64. While you're on the main menu. Wow, yeah, there's an addition. Why is there an entire new island? When did that get there? That might happen when it's trying to catch up. Sometimes you can leave it sit for a little while. Jesus, Avon. It's kind of cool how that creates like a smooth pattern when it's far away. There's a... Oh, it's the beacon. Avon is on almost... Oh, hey. Avon is pretty consistently on the server, but look at that! You got a mansion near your place, Avon. Oh, that's a neat little use of the budding amethyst. It's an interesting... I'm intrigued by the bridge. I don't know how I feel about, like, seeing the bookshelves. I almost feel like I wonder if, like, putting signs in front of that would make it better. Because it feels like the books throw it for me, but I like the rest. I like the use of the slope on it and everything. Yeah, Avon is pretty consistently on the server. Avon, you have guests! What do you mean, why is your name wrong? That's weird, because that's not what I see. Oh, they were creeper heads. Nice. Do 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 do. There is a risk being on this server of suddenly, accidentally, thinking things are in the vanilla game that are not, because I've got things in there so casually that just make sense. And Asmo added a lightning rod up here somewhere. Over there on that corner. Oh, did we get another possible scammer? Did somebody join the Discord recently that hasn't done the link up? I need to, and I hate that I'm going to do this. I'm going to remove the... I need to remove... Actually, can you make a note for me on the skulls? Remove Discord link from info panel. Because what I need to do, and I'm very... what they're doing is they're seeing a channel with a good chunk of viewers, and they're like, oh, do they have a Discord? Yes, they have a Discord. Oh, okay, go join their Discord so that way we can harass people. Is what they're doing. So... that is kind of the issue that is going on. And I need to just make it a chat command, so that way people at least have to do a command to join the Discord. Thank you, Skulls. I like that you could just see kind of the line of what's rendered and what isn't by the lighting. Dun 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 dun. So much bamboo over there. One nice thing on this server that I don't know if people have become aware of it or not, but you really don't have as much risk of when you're not sleeping, just because there are no phantoms in the overworld. Because there's no phantoms in the overworld, you can kind of relax a bit more. Like, they're just not a thing. So, less stressful, other than, like, zombies and skeletons are still an issue and whatnot, but, like, you don't have to worry about phantoms popping in and causing problems. So yeah, it looks like it just did the one person sleeping immediately now, so I did fix that. Does it speed up? No. Oh yeah, now it's 2, so it... Neat. But yeah, it looks like it doesn't wait as long now, at least. Boop, boop. I guess in theory. Like, I was just thinking about this. Like, I don't need to be... Awesome, Beard. It works really, really well, doesn't it? Like, it's... Distant Horizons always caused lag spikes for me. That was the thing. Distant Horizons had little lag spikes that I would have to deal with, and I got tired of that, and I was like... Because I didn't know what was causing the issues, and then I opened up Task Manager, and I was seeing where the spikes were, and then I found out that the spikes were happening based on... like, I was having a spike pretty consistently while running Minecraft. And I was like, why am I having this issue? And then I was like, all right, let's see what's writing to the drive. And I would get the lag spike every time that I would get a file that was writing that had Distant Horizons in the name. It was like, all right, well, let's turn off Distant Horizons, turned off Distant Horizons, and I no longer had the lag spike. It's like, all right, well, let's try different things. Let's try Voxy. Voxy worked perfectly. Like, okay, awesome. That's our change. Okay, so looking at this, looking at what we've got here. I'm trying to see, where do I want to start? Now, typically when you have a center, right? We've got, I kind of want to do a park, but I don't want to go too big, right? I don't want to go too big with this. I'm gonna need to be annoying, and I'm gonna need to get more of our concrete. But we're gonna map a little bit here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. I don't think I had any more bones in here, but I will check. No. That said, I should have some bone meal over here. 25 there. It's not a lot, but it's a decent amount of passive bone meal. Basically, I'm getting it whenever these don't have logs in them. And that's all it is. So, like, that stuff will go. I can go like this. I can go here. Not a huge deal, but it is a deal. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, go here. White concrete. I think I put the water bucket in there. Yep. But yeah, what I would need to do if I wanted to make this faster is I would just need to get a copper hopper underneath it, or like over. I would need a dispenser here with a copper hopper under it for empty buckets. That would move it into another dispenser that would look at a water source and grab it and then feed it back up. And just kind of go back and forth. Oh, so Beard, if the world is run on your own thing, so if you have a backup of the world, obviously it may not be the thing, but if you have a backup of the world, and you go to Voxy and you can do import, and then you can choose the world. You can choose world. You can say import world, and then you can choose the world from your list, which is how I've loaded everything on the server. Obviously, not everybody has that ability. But if you are on a thing that you have the ability to do that, you can also in that, I don't know if you noticed, if you do that again, Voxy, import, there is the ability to import it from Bobby, at least. I'm not sure if you can import it from if you can import it from Voxy. I know there's raw, and then you can see that there is a raw path, so you might be able to just import it that way. I don't know if it'll work, but you can try. Depends on how it's stored, I suppose, but... You know what? You. There we go. And then just bamboo. Bamboo. String. Scaffold. Potatoes, potatoes, potatoes. Scaffold again. There we go. There was something I had tested, and I'm sad that it didn't work. But I was hoping you could give I was really hoping that you could give the item magnet to an armor stand, and then it would trigger. I don't know if it'll work if you give it to a zombie. Like if you gave a zombie a magnet, would the zombie collect stuff for you? I don't think it worked with an armor stand. This is I feel like a valuable like test, right? Would we agree this is a valuable test? Like if I just go here and place that and then I go, hey, show arms and then do that and then no. Doesn't work on the armor stand. But I do think it is a valuable test to give it to a zombie, because then you could, in theory, create an item magnet with a zombie. Like I'm actually just intrigued by like the idea of that, right? Yeah, you could essentially have a zombie that you have stand in an area on top of a on top of, I think it would have to be a hopper minecart though, because I think the regular hoppers don't have enough priority over the player, with the way the magnet works. But if you had like a hopper minecart that they were standing on, you could have it pull the items into the hopper that they're standing on, which should pull it into the hopper minecart, which would then push it down into a hopper. So basically you could create a magnetic hopper just by having the zombie there. What I want to do though, I want to create a park, right? I want to create a park. And I want this area to feel, or like, even if it's not a park, I want some central building, right? I want some central building in this, like here. This central building needs to be big enough to have a fountain inside of it. So let's just assume, let me look at my map. What am I looking at? I think the entrance to my city would be this, like the start of my city would be that way if I were to do it and do a straight line to a possible eventual port over here, right? If we were to go this way and do a big city. And yeah, I want to be clear. I have plans to do a big city. This server's not going anywhere. But if we go that way, right? So that's the way I'd want it to be. So I want it to be wider to the north and south. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Let's do 27. I'm gonna go big. And we placed that on block 27, just to be clear. Right. So that was on block 27. It worked for you, Beard? I'm glad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Yeah, it spirals out from your current position. It's fantastic. I love it. Because like I said, I used it on this world, so I could see everything. So I have experienced it firsthand. It's great. Just that fact that you can see the world going. You do have to do each dimension, I believe, Beard. So do keep that in mind. Like between each thing, you would have to like acknowledge each dimension. You can just tell it though in your like load. It has like load overworld, I believe, and then load nether and load end, I think. I'm going a bit off memory. Oh, I lost all my potatoes. God, I love seeing the sky do that. It's so much like it's a little bit slower to get to daytime, but the fact that you know while it's happening that the progress of stuff is being done, right? Like look at the redstone. You can see it rapid firing. And once it ends, you should see the redstone slow way down. But yeah, basically it speeds up the world and the tick speed and everything during that. So it should end in a second. 9 seconds, 8. And there it goes. Slow it back down. But like I might have to reduce the speed of it. Oh, you know what we need to do? We need to do this before when the next nightfall hits. We need to cut down all of the bamboo. We'll just cut down all of the bamboo and then see how it goes. Because that should grow near immediately. But yeah, I like the ability to fast forward that because it lets people not have to worry about like waiting for people who don't want to sleep. Like I can't think of much reason other than maybe doing a redstone test for sleep using a daylight sensor that you would need people to not sleep, right? Like it opens that up a lot more for people to just kind of do their own thing, and I think that's great. Actually, you know what? I am going to do square on this. So that was 27. Do 27 this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. This one's going to be a little more annoying because we've got a lot of crap in the way, but not the worst. I do need to spend the time to actually remove all the trees, but it's not like too bad given that we have the ability to chop down trees like this. What's really cool that I like about this specific tree cutting one is like if it's a really tall tree, it takes longer to cut it down from the bottom. Like it's not immediate. You have to it's like it still slows down the speed at which you're cutting things based on the height of the tree that it's dealing with. It's like that's actually really cool. So like if you're cutting down a jungle tree, it takes a while. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. There we go. Bum, 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 bum. Like this tree should take a little bit longer, right? Because it's a taller one, right? I would say that visibly took more time. This one should do the same thing. Versus, go on. Like I love that. Like that is something that at least makes it. It's still imbalanced, but it's nowhere near as like excessive. Get that one. Get that one. I don't really need the logs, but it's good to get them. Okay, so now we got to do 27 in this direction as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Go there. Try to slowly work our way over. There we go. Hey, Poppy. Oh God. Yeah, I haven't been Tumblring while I've been sick, so I've missed out on a lot of it. Like Joe was asking if I had shown Cleo things on Tumblr today, and like I have not bothered with Tumblr in a while. As Cleo deserves to be. Yeah, I've been lacking on the Tumblr front. I think I got annoyed the other day because somebody did untagged shipping and it just kind of like stepped me away for a bit. Like, I don't like blocking people, but if you ain't gonna tag stuff, I'm gone. You know? Blah 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 blah. I don't get why it's so hard for people to tag things on Tumblr. Yeah, no, typically that's the same for me, but like the problem is with like the art tags, right? I very specifically have shipping blocked. I have the word shipping blocked, right? Like I think that is a very basic tag that should be easily covered, and I think people would completely understand why I have it blocked. But then you got people who decide like, oh, I'm gonna label every type of ship name, all this stuff, except I'm not gonna label shipping. Like, please, just label the word shipping. Please. The most basic of basic words. And they won't do that. They'll do everything but the basics. It's like, yeah. You've got to do the basics, please. Like, I have self-worth issues. Please, even if it's lighthearted or silly, please tag shipping stuff so I don't see it. You know. Hey, Karma. Karma pup. Yeah. It really is. Like that's kind of the thing. Is like I don't care if people do shipping stuff. I don't think it's okay. I don't personally like it. I don't like the idea of like here's the thing. Here's the thing. And I'm not gonna tell anybody to stop doing it. I don't personally like it. Like I don't like shipping as a thing. Specifically when it comes to my line is kind of when it comes to non-roleplay servers. But if we're going to talk in the specifics, because I know people are thinking about Hermitcraft right now. I don't like it when it comes to Hermitcraft, because it's not a roleplay server. They're not being somebody they aren't. They're just friends hanging out. I find that weird. But if you're going to do it, like, I'm not going to yell at you for doing it. I do what you want. Tag it! That's all I ask. Tag it. So I don't have to see it. I have a 0 strike rule though. You don't tag it one time, I block you. No, I don't want to see it. May have been a mistake, whatever, but if I see it, I block you. Shipping may. But yeah, that's kind of my line, is like, if you don't tag it, I block you, and then I never have to see your post again. Then no problem. Yes. When people when people pretend that, or like write stories about people being in relationships or draw art about people in relationships that are not actually in relationships, but they don't tag it, it makes me uncomfortable. Like I'm gonna block it, and I don't have to see it. Like more power to whoever. Like if you do it, fine, whatever, but tag it, so I don't have to see it. Is all I'm asking, you know. Well, but see, that's kind of the thing. Karma is like, I would argue Hermitcraft is real people, and a lot of people say no, they're playing. It's their characters that are being shipped. It's like, but they're not making characters, and then that's where it gets weird for me. It's like, but I get what people are saying, but I don't see them as characters. They're real people, right? Like, and that's kind of the thing. Is like, I would agree that like Vampires SMP is characters. I still think they should market as shipping. But I would agree that like Vampires 100%. Those are characters. But Hermitcraft, those are people. They're not characters. And as much as you might be applying a character to them, they're not. They're YouTubers. Oh yeah, that's a big one, Fox. Which I always find funny because I see it on TikTok as people go, it's so weird. You'll do a TikTok about somebody, and then that creator will show up, and it's like, you tag the creator. Do you not want the creator to see the thing you're tagging the creator in? If you don't want the creator to see it, don't tag them. It's one thing if they're like name searching, then you can argue I wasn't expecting them to see it. But like when you tag them directly, it's like, what are you doing? And it's like, again, I'm not gonna tell somebody to stop. I do what you want to do. All I'm asking is please tag. Just tag. For people like me who have like very low self-worth issues on some days, my depression is awful. Please don't put me in a situation where I have to see my partner being paired with one of their friends. Like it's uncomfortable for me, you know? Like I shouldn't be in a situation where that might happen. Okay, this is what I wanted to see. So somebody's sleeping now, so this should speed up. Look at it go! It's not extremely fast, but it is fast, right? Like, I like that. Yeah, so Karma, we basically set it up on the server now that instead of it skipping the night, it speeds it up. So it just highly speeds up the night instead. So, because people were having issues with trying to get turtles and things like that, and I was just like, let's put it in a way that people can still get the turtles, but we don't have to wait as long. And you still have a nightfall, right? But yeah, no, I think that's kind of the thing is like, sure, there might be joke roles that I think, like, if we're talking specifically about the hermits again, because I just feel like that's the most applicable one. There are, like, roles they'll play, like, joke little things, like, I mean, we could take, like, Scar being a zookeeper, right? But it's literally for very short bits. It's not the whole thing, and that's why it's like, I get the argument that they're characters, but that only goes so far. You can only make that argument so long before it very quickly falls apart. Yeah, I don't... Oh, do item despawn is affected by that? Do I have power over that? I'm looking at the things. I can do game time, tick block entities. I think that might be it. But it says entities, so I'm going to assume that is it, and I'm going to change that. So, in theory, that should be fixed on the next one and not despawn them. Yeah, well, I think kind of one of the things on that one, Fox, that we could kind of talk about is, like, people will say that, like, People will say that B-Dubs is a character, or the character of B-Dubs, right? Like, that's one we see all the time. But B-Dubs regularly talks about his wife and kids. Like, if B-Dubs is going to be regularly talking about his wife and kids in his videos, then do you really get to claim that it's a character? Right? It's not some, like, switch that's no longer connected to the real world. There's no long, it's not, these references aren't exist. Like, if they never made references to the real world, I would kind of understand that, like, conversation of, oh, it's a character. But, like, it's not a roleplay server. So it makes me uncomfortable. And again, do what you want to do. I don't care. I'm not going to fault anybody for doing these things. But at the very least, have the decency to market as shipping. And understand that they are real people, and they are not characters. And I think that needs to be acknowledged. I think too many people are putting a lot of creators on pedestals to no longer view them as people. And I think part of that is when you stop viewing them as people as a whole, you risk becoming very weird about it. And I think that needs to be acknowledged as well, right? See, the trick there, Poppy, is I never had any attachment to TFC, and I'm also, so that kind of saves me on that one, but I can definitely see that being an issue for people. I also have a weird, because I know the conversation comes to that, when it comes to life and death, I have a very weird, my brain doesn't handle it the same as other people. I don't get hit the same way when it comes to people. Like, I don't get hit that way when it comes to people. I get hit that way when it comes to animals, but I don't get hit that way when it comes to people. And I know I'm an outlier here. But it puts me in a strange spot because these things don't tend to hit me. I can understand other people and I understand why, but it's never clicked. And I don't know. I think part of it might have to do with my depression, and I think that might actually be a big reason why it doesn't hit me the same way. And it's not that I am so much sad that people are gone, but the world is really stressful, and the ability to escape that, especially through natural means, is something that is, I don't know, a comforting end. I am not saying that death is a positive or anything, but it is a comforting end that no matter where our struggles go, that in the end that there is a calm that comes with it. And I don't know, that bit of like calm has always registered in my head of, yeah, and that's the thing. It's like I am regularly waking up, bawling my eyes out over my cat. Like, Paz passed away in September. End of August, early September. And it still screwed me up. It screws me up every day, but it's one of those that pets get me because the pets aren't dealing with stress, right? The pets aren't dealing with the world of stress. They just lost a life that they were happy in. Whereas when it comes to people, my brain just goes, hey, those stresses are gone, you know? So it's weird. It's I know it's not the most like comforting of topics, but I feel like depression kind of helps me on that one because I don't feel as crap about it. A lot of times depression punches me in the gut and ruins things. Like, I'm dealing with depression really bad the last couple of days because my physical health is down, which means my mental health goes down, and it creates this vicious cycle. That is one of the positives for me though. Is like I don't really. A lot of things I can write off as shit sucks, and just carry about my day. And I know that might not be the happiest thing to say, but it's like. Sometimes I can have a small win. Let me have a small win once in a while, you know? But yeah, no. Like I said, I'm not going to fault anybody for anything they do as long as they're not harming anybody. But that's kind of where I think my point of saying in this conversation that caused it, the shipping tag. Not tagging things is harming people. you don't tag it, you're harming people. Hey, Vividist. Nope, not there. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna go grab sand from my smelter. How to tell if you have depression versus a burnout for everything or something. Burnout, usually, okay, so in my case, depression has never made me want to stop creating. I've never reached a point in depression where I've wanted to stop. I've been unable to do it. This is the key thing. I have been unable to do things because of depression, but I still want to do them. When it is burnout, I physically can't pick up the pencil. I physically can't start. Depression, I want to do it. Burnout, the idea of me even picking up the pencil makes me feel dead inside. Is kind of the thing. It's not to say that it is inherently disconnected, but that's how it goes for me. When I've been burned out, like I got burned out at my old job. And at my old job, when that burnout hit me, I couldn't get out of bed. Because it was like, if I get out of bed, that means I'm going to start getting ready for work. And if I'm getting ready for work, I'm going to have to go. And that was killing me inside. And it's like, that was burnout. Depression is, I want to do this thing. I really do. I just can't. Depression is that, like, I'm just in a spot where, as much as I really, really do want to do this, I cannot convince myself to pick up, like, I can pick up the pencil and I can stare at it, but I can't get anything down on the paper. Like, nothing feels good enough. Nothing is what I feel right about. That's my distinction. Now, that might be different from person to person, but that's where mine is, so. Yeah, depression versus burnout. Burnout is literally, it hurts me to consider the idea of doing it. Depression is, I want to do it, but I can't. Yeah, depression is usually going to be every action, whereas burnout is going to be action-specific. Things that are very much targeting that one idea. Now, that can be a bit harder to tell depending on, like, if it is, say, your job or whatever that you're kind of dealing with. That can throw things, but, like, the general idea. Yeah, it basically, the thing and the things that support the thing are usually where burnout is going to focus. Depression is going to be just pain. Depression for me, and usually when I'm dealing with depression is I want to do stuff, but also don't want to do anything because nothing is fun. Burnout is I don't have energy to do the thing. Yeah, no, that I think is a fair way. To me, burnout isn't even not having energy to do the thing. Burnout is like straight up. The idea of doing the thing causes me physical pain. Yeah, depression's going to hit people differently. The big thing for me with depression, and this is gonna happen in I would say more severe cases, because I want to be clear, I do not have suicidal depression. I do have depression, but I have never wanted to take my own life. I think this is an important distinction when we talk about depression, because this can hit different people in different ways. When it comes to depression for me, I have not. What happens is I can no longer really deal with a lot of stuff. I'll be very slow doing things, but I still want to do things. But I'll catch myself just crying. Not like any major cry, but I will just have tears kind of flowing down my face and go, oh shit. Depression will do that. Also, I'm going to throw this in as a thing. If you have a weak immune system, depression is probably, if you think you might have depression and you get sick a lot, you probably have depression, because depression will screw with your immune system. So a lot of people don't think about that, but they very much talk to each other. And yeah, they are not friends. Actually, I shouldn't say that. They are friends. Your immune system and your mental health are very much friends. But yeah, no, it's weird. And again, it's everybody is different, and I think that's kind of the real key of this all. Is it is a chemical imbalance in your brain that you deal with the ways that you can to try and figure out what it is. But yeah, and this is the thing. Like, do you mean if it? Okay, Vividus, I need to make sure. If you meant autistic, I don't know. I am, to my knowledge, not autistic. If you meant artistic, I could answer that one. But I'm assuming you did mean autistic, and I do not have an answer. To my knowledge, I am not autistic. I just have really, really strong ADHD. Like, I'm very, very ADHD. But I cannot answer in regards to autism. Symptoms are the exact symptoms of being just a little bit ill for a long time. That too, yeah. There's a lot of fun overlap. Stick. Single concrete. People who recognize the music being remixed in the background are cooler. There's a couple in here, but there is a main song that is in here, and I love it. I love this. Do. It's Pac-Man. Not Pac-Man, sorry, it's Dig Dug. There is Pac-Man in this, but it's mostly Dig Dug. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. I'm just hoping I can get to a spot where, because I think I am mildly burned out, but it's a combination of stress from other things, all kind of stacking together. I am mildly burnt out in regards to creating for my streams. And it's not that I don't want to create, it's just I don't have the mental health to do the projects I need to do. And a lot of that was dealing with the tech issues I had and all that I've been dealing with. I just kind of want to do the streams and play Minecraft and just have that be my thing for a bit. Rather than having to worry about like, oh, I need to create, oh, I need to draw, oh, I need to do this. It's like, no. Now we're gonna slow down. We're gonna slow down for probably another month at least and just exist and experience things rather than try and create new things. And then we can come back and we can create new stream stuff. We can work on the faction system that I want to do and make cool stuff there. We get to build the giant orb. We get to do those things for a bit, right? Instead of dealing with the creation aspect of my streams. And I do feel bad because there are a lot of like special effects I want to do. I have plans. I have ideas. I've got a whole list. Skulls can attest to this as one of the mods in the Discord. I have little like projects and stuff. They're all written down. I have ideas. They're all noted. I keep them listed, and then I'll grab them when I need them. You know, we'll work on the projects when we get there. And it'll take time. Cause like I do my streams, I am not trying to be cocky here. I would say I am in probably the top 0.1% of complicated stream setups. For the amount of interaction, the amount of interactivity, the amount of things that are tracking in the background, the amount of things that are automated, the amount of like little like tricks and bits and bobs and doodads and stuff. I am probably in the top 0.1%, 0.01% of complicated streams that you'll find. And I love that. It's my favorite thing. but I have not added to it in ages. If you look in my Discord, if you look at the stream change log, the change log has slowed way down over the last couple of months. Losing Paz kind of really like messed me up, and then my computer started dying, and it's just been a lot. And now that I have a working computer, I just kind of want to relax and deal with it, right? And that's kind of thing. I just want to relax. I just want to experience and enjoy the comfort of what I have and try and relax there. It does feel a bit bad not getting stuff done. Thank you, Vividus. The faction stuff will be neat, and like I don't want to do it as like an overall like, oh, people who chat get more. Like no. But I do want to make it so that like hey, you're part of this faction and you redeemed a Streamloots card. You just added some like you get some special effects for your faction. You get to do some cool stuff there, right? Just doing that little bit, I think, is at least something. I want to make it so that when you do like join the herd, that causes the paws to go up. Those paws get a little glow effect because you redeemed it, right? I want to do stuff like that. Yeah, I've been doing bug fixing. But and that is fair. A lot of the bugs are happening because of the computer switches. But like I just want to do like extra little effects for different things. Like
I'm feeling hungry. Cam, would you be a dear and fetch me a snack?
Yeah, we got one more
Run a
break
few
before
ads
things
to pay
end.
for it.
But just as a kind of thing, right? Like with Cleo's. The plan is that we make little different hands. So right now it's just the zombie hands. But once you're in a faction, we'll have it switch off of zombie hands to whatever your faction's hands are, and it'll grab those. Right? Like it'll grab those hands and it'll be like, oh, you're part of the vampire faction? Vampire claws. Werewolf faction? Werewolf claws. And it'll have those go up instead. And then whatever team is currently winning in the hype train, that'll be the one that's little, like, whatever faction is winning or has, like, the highest score, that'll be the one it grabs. And it'll do that as the hype train. It'll be themed after the team with the highest score. Right? Just little things like that. And it's like, that's the fun of it, is, like, doing cool things like that. But, I've got to redo my Streamloots card reveal, which I did set this up. I was trying to figure out, like, a way to do Streamloots card reveal, and, like, I have this, which takes a second. This was just kind of me as a proof of concept. Having the card roll in like that, and then having it slide back out, like, it takes a little bit to go back out. But having it go back out like that is one of the things that I have, like, okay, I'll do that, right? But I gotta redo card art and things like that, and make it clean, and I have hundreds of cards that I gotta go through and modify. And it's like, it's work. I'm just trying to work my best to like automate features, get everything nice and working, and it adds up. My inventory is full. I'd also like to... There's a little thing I want to do, and it's when I do my Be Right Back screens. I actually want to stop showing the game in the background. Mainly because my new setup, there is a bit of delay that slowly builds up between my streams. And I want to make it so that way it turns off my capture card. The capture, specifically. Video capture portion. When I go to break and does a little thing. Like, I want to make my starting soon screen look like a video game start screen. On a little monitor and things. And there's all these little ideas. But it's like, there is a slight desync that starts appearing for me that makes my streams get more out of sync as time goes. And it's like, I gotta figure that out and make it better. But I will be right back. It is time for a break. I can't put this off anymore. Be right back. Catch you all in 3 minutes. I will see you all very soon. Be right back. I'm gonna destroy these cabbages. My cabbages! Wait, I gotta do it right. My cabbages! Is that better? For the wider ones now? We've given them a specific... You can stand on top of missile megs. Just make sure to carefully time your jump. Oh, I'm bad at that. As I was saying. There you are. Okay, you back away. Good. It's out in the water. Yes! 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 Right. Down. Oh, rude. You suck. Crap. Crap. Ah, wait. I thought I was doing better, but I was staring at the AI. Crap! Snow's a jerk. I got last! Snow bullied. Snow bullied! But yeah, only vehicles. Also, does anybody else feel like that thing's missing a texture? Oh, it's a saucer of milk. Why is it fluorescent? Why is the milk fluorescent? It is cast. This is radioactive. This milk is so white it belongs in a mason jar. I can't see shit though. There, I can kind of see. Y'all know this is a lot, right? We can agree this is a lot. Like, what the fuck? Oh, tiny game. What even? Why? Why, game? Why? This is verging on harassment. Slowly shrinking harassment. Okay, game. You're tiny. Sorry, I got a little distracted. I apologize for being a little late. The new trailer for Demo Spree came out. Let me. We're gonna have a moment. If you don't know what Demo Spree is, it's something I've been a part of like every year. And it's something I am a huge fan of taking part in. So hopefully this works. Hopefully we don't get set an ad here. But we've not seen this. That's fine. Oop, wrong screen. Go there. Go there. I haven't watched this yet. Roller Girl is one I've been following. This is also very loud. But Roller Girl is one I've been following. Oh, hey, it's I know that house game. I can't remember the name of it, but I saw that years ago. I'm glad that's coming out. I'm playing that one. Ooh. Oh, awesome, Greg's. For what it's worth, though, I did change a thing, so maybe it's not going to be okay after a reboot. So as a quick thing here, though, Friday, January 16th. That's this Friday. I'm a part of that. So I'm a part of that. So I'd really appreciate if you turned out for it. It's important and it would mean a lot.
Follow your heart and stuff.
And stuff. My time slot is a bit wishy-washy. I think I'm not sure when I'm on.
Always remember, you are beautiful, no matter what they say. Words can't bring you down, so don't you bring me down today.
I had a time, but my time may be rescheduled slightly. Things are confusing a little bit. So we will kind of see what's going on there. Just trying to get clarification on that. But I will be doing that Friday. So yeah, it's something I've been a part of every year, and it's something that I have absolutely loved doing. I need to tomorrow make a timer for myself. I always try to do a nice little timer for Demo Spree to make sure everything tracks correctly. And I'd like to make a good one that will consistently scroll across the screen and do its bit. And hopefully we can get that all sorted and good to go and get all of it nice and clean. But yeah, no, Whoa! Okay. Oops. Did me peeking below the ground crash it? I was trying to see, there appears to be a little cave there. Yep, the zombie must have been in there. Okay. Oh, music. But yeah, no, I want to work on getting all that sorted and getting all that cleaned up and is work. Throw the dirt in there. I should, for my own sanity. I don't really need a lot here. I just need hopper, composter. There. Where's my barrel? There we go. Oh, I'm sorry, Skulls.
Don't you think it's been a while since we told Cameron we love their work?
Not really. I think it was only like a little bit ago that everybody was really nice and complimentative. But I do appreciate it. I think copper is here. Haha! Yeah, just get everything into a bit of a storage row rather than up here and messy. Let me do this. And I'm gonna regret this, but I'm gonna... Thank you! We're gonna do that. I'm also gonna do it over here. I've made a mess. It's fine. Aw. This is genuinely the thing. I'm very proud of this community. I think this community is amazing. I think too many people... This is genuinely the thing. A lot of people think I'm a dick because of how seriously I take modding in Cleo's streams. This has been confirmed to me that people think I'm going to be some uptight person. I'm very chill. I just take my job seriously. But I hope more people will be willing to give me a shot as this year goes on. Come on. So much crap. But we're moving everything into the basement. There. Right, exactly. They need to blame Carol. Carol's the head mod. Hey, Lapless. Oh, it's raining. You can tell by all the rain. Okay, I'm gonna move all this down. I need very specific items out of this. There we go. Wait, did you just quote me on that? Did you just quote that, Skulls? The "oh, it's rainy, you can tell by all the rain." I feel like the lack of context that there is no visible rain is what makes that funny. Yeah, I really need to get lubricant for my mouse. This could be the weirdest order. What are you buying? Lube! Why? Mouse. What? Don't lubricate your mice, everybody. Don't. Mice do not need lubricated, typically. That. I need bone meal. Oh. This is true. No, it's not meant to be clear. I am intentionally wording this in a way that is not clear. But I do need to get my mouse. Like, it's a brand new mouse, but the little balls that it rolls on are sticking, just ever so slightly, and it's driving me nuts. You have the power to quote, Dor. You have the power. Behold the power of cheese, or something. Yeah, you're allowed to quote anything I say is allowed to be quoted. If I don't like it, I will remove it. Do. It's very rare that I remove quotes. Usually I correct them. So like if you see them in the Discord and they're spelled weird, they might show up differently in the actual thing. See, like I'm gonna correct that one after the stream. I'm gonna look at it and go, I need to slightly adjust the grammar. But it's like minor stuff, right? But it lets y'all get the quotes in, and then I can just like go like, oh, we need a comma, or we need a bit of punctuation. Now it's too quiet. We had music, and it's gone. Mice do not need lubrication, comma, typically, period. Like that's the thing. Like yeah, you didn't punctuate any of it. So like I'll go through and I'll go, okay, here's the punctuation, here's this, and it's no big deal. Well, it's more of a, I want to make sure that when people see it in the future that it's read correctly, like that they all are consistent. Yeah, your spelling was fine. Spelling was good. I am very nitpicky, and if I have to regularly see something that is being posted by Mari and it's spelled wrong, like, as somebody who is dyslexic, I try to make sure anything that I appear to have control over is not spelled wrong. So, like, if you ever see, like, Mari say something and it's spelled wrong, please let me know so I can fix it. Uh, 10,000 Gregs. It's 10K radius, so 10K in any given direction. How does one prevent themselves from falling asleep because of a tedious, important task? Loud music in the ears. Nikki, loud music is usually my go-to. Hello? I can't. Frame me. I have music that overpowers that. It can be really, really hard. Like, even then, I can have managed to drown out the music with my own nothingness in my head, but it at least helps. Well, okay, the loud music, okay, loud music, yes, can be bad, but don't do loud music in headphones. I am not advising in headphones. Do loud music outside of headphones. Yeah, body doubling is also a very good one. Hi, OBC. Body doubling is super helpful. So if you have somebody that you can work on a project with somebody, even if they don't really know what you're doing, that can help. I think a really, really good, there's a good game on Steam if you're able to do this with a friend. There's a game on Steam called On Together. It has a free demo right now. I actually am highly recommending this one. It's called On Together. It allows you to basically sit in kind of an Animal Crossing style world, except you get experience by sitting still in the game. So you put that on, you leave that sit on your desktop as like a little desktop pet, and it sits in the corner, and you get to like slowly get experience, and you get to see your friends also getting experience while sitting next to you, if you want. That is a good way to do it. But it has a completely free demo available. That is a very limited aspect of it. It launches soon. I don't think it's out yet. It launches the 20th, I want to say. Launches soon. I'm hoping over time my mouse will just slowly get slightly gunked up. So that way it stops scrolling to the next thing without me wanting it to. Itchy nose? I'm okay. The side of my nose just itched really bad. But yeah. Co-working is definitely going, like body doubling, co-working, all the same thing. Can really help. Yeah. Yeah. Totally for your friend. Totally for your friend. Okay. We made a little more progress there. I'm gonna need to make more concrete soon. It feels really good having this much of the concrete down though. Like I feel more like it's one of those things where it's like, have I actually made that much progress? Not really, but it feels like it, right? Like I look at this and I feel like I've made more progress just because I can physically see stuff that's been getting done. Yeah. On that note with what Nai saying, like if it's something that involves like looking at numbers or reading a lot of times, I would not advise a podcast or an audiobook because you'll feel like you miss things. Like I wouldn't recommend a YouTube video that you're super interested in. That's why I usually go with music because music is something I don't need to know the words to. I don't need to understand. I don't need to deal with it. I often recommend music in a language you don't understand. Katamari Damacy's music works great because you probably don't understand a word that they're saying. It's upbeat, it's got energy to it, it keeps you moving, but you can do other stuff, right? You can keep working on projects, you can skim things. But an audiobook, you might go, oh crap, I missed what they said, and rewind, and you don't want to be doing that. You don't want things that are going to make you rewind and double check and go, what about this? It's like, oh crap. Now, I've reached the point where I want to try this. I want to try this because we were talking about. I've reached the point where I'm annoyed doing this. I'm annoyed with this collection method, right? I'm not liking it. So, what I want to do, I think to do this in a fun way, we need a couple things here. I would need a block breaker here. Do I want to do that? Nope, I don't have the energy. I was thinking about doing it, and now I don't want to do it. Never mind! But I do need more crap. So let's do an entire row of you and an entire row of you. And then we go in here and we say all of this needs to be gravel. And then we're going to do sand. Oop, I need to do this and do sand and do 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Cool. Ba-ba-doo-ee-yeah. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-doo-ee-yeah. Okay, and then I'm going to put those two away and that away. How much your 100% focus is also very personal. I would do Sudoku and listen to music in order to listen to your teacher. Yeah, that's the thing. I can't do anything that involves words, but some people definitely can, and it varies. Know your limits. Be true to yourself. I've lost my bucket. I've lost my bucket. Dear God. Bucket.
You're doing pretty well.
Am I? I lost my bucket. Are you sure I'm doing pretty well? Don't even have a bucket. Okay, I think what I can do here. Yeah, if I can get lined up, I should be able to do this. Right? And then I do this. Did that work? Ooh! Ooh, it did it all in one! Okay, there's a slight glitch with that, but I'm here for it. If you just throw it all in there and then throw water on it, it immediately does all of them. Rather than lowering itself all the way. It just lowers it all at once. See, now that might just be an additional bit of stress there, Nickety. Like, you might be going on top of it all and just be reaching a stress limit. Where it's less so ADHD and more just you're overwhelming yourself. Like, that may no longer be ADHD, that's the issue. You just might be actually just... Your body doesn't want to do it anymore. Your body's just going, nope. I really hope they add more Katamari levels. I want more Katamari levels. I love Katamari so much, and I want more levels. And I want them to bring back 1,000,000 roses. Give me 1,000,000 roses. Yeah, that's your body not wanting to deal with that specific thing anymore, Nikki. It's your body going, but this is boring. I need another shovel. I need a new shovel. I'm going to make a whole bunch of sticks. A whole bunch. So I'm going to drop all my concrete off. I go here. That one's dirt. You can see when I try to move my mouse slowly when it just does this like twitch to the side. It's because the spheres are not lubed. Itchy. Okay. You know, as often as I am going here, I need to move that to the top. So click that, go here. There we go. Remember, chat, lube your balls. Dear Rabbit. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, go there. We're going to throw all that over there, and then we're going to make a bunch of sticks. There we go. And then you. Okay. Bop, 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 bop. No! My pop. I spilled my drink. Panic. Panic! I'm gonna need to clean my mouse mat again. It has slowly soaked up a bit of my caffeine. It's not a lot. I didn't spill a lot. I just spilled enough. You got the edge of my mouse mat. And got on my new armrest. And got that clean. It's okay. It's okay. Panic is over. Okay, go there. Hey, Bakura. Do all that. Go here. Minor crisis. Yeah, I spilled my caffeine. Only slightly though. There we go. There we go. Where are you at? Hello. If you were a pair of slippers, where would you be? One of them is under your bed. The other one is in the bathroom in the pile of laundry. Here's where you find out that I'm dead on both. Doesn't mean it's not under there. I didn't say your bed. A bed. Are they in the washing machine? Well, it depends on, like, just having a laundry basket is not that much space, depending on the type of laundry basket. I should move this up. Na, 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 in the library with the knife. It was Lieutenant Surge in Cerulean with the candlestick. Can we get a Pokemon themed clue? Listen, this is something I've wanted to do for a while. This is something I've wanted to do for a while. There's a YouTuber I watch that's been doing tabletop sim recreations of different board games as Pokemon. And I'm realizing Clue would be a really, really, really good one. Listen, I'm still gonna judge Fever-Ridden Door for going out in the snow and laying down in the snow. Can we continue to have concern over that choice? Do I have any fire source that isn't lava? I don't think I do. You didn't know you did that, Door? Oh yeah, you laid out in the snow. And you got mad at Frame for having to drag you back in out of it. Do I have flint? Yeah. I know what word you just said, but it definitely got held. Let me check. Yeah, you went and laid in the snow and you got mad at Frame for dragging you back in. And I told Frame that they should run you a bath and like just drag you back in, and yeah, no, it was a whole thing. It was a whole thing. Yep. That is what you did, Dor. That is entirely what you did. Because you were burning up and you went and laid out. You went and laid out. Which was good, which your body was overheating and it was telling you to cool off. So not entirely a bad idea. But I think your method of going about it was not the best. Why is that terrain? That is a lot of sand. Your body wasn't really preserving itself very well. It knew what it needed. It just chose a horrible way to go and do it. This is temporary, just to be clear, that this positioning I am doing. I just wanted the nether portal to be in a better spot than on ground level where I'm going to have to move it again. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's one of those things. When somebody has like a really bad fever, you don't consider how much they are not going to be aware that they did. Yeah, probably. It was not a great decision you were doing there. But yeah, you got mad at Frame for dragging you back in because you really wanted to be out there. Genuinely, like, Frame was hanging out here while you were sick and was, like, filling us in on things, and yeah, you yelled at Frame quite a bit. Woo! Almost missed. I don't think you necessarily need to apologize, Dor, but more so say thank you. Because I don't believe there's any ill feelings towards what you did, and his understanding of you were feverish and things like that. Obviously, apologize if you want to, but I think more than anything, you just should say thank you. I think that would cover most of it. Because you were clearly not yourself. Though I do want to add as a really funny thing that I do love from my perspective is did you notice you haven't lost your watch streak? Even while sick, you made it to every one of my streams? Yeah. Which, I mean, thank you, Sick You, but I'm also, like, honored that Sick You was like, no, I can't lose this streak. By the way, just so y'all know, I don't see the watch streak messages. I don't see them. So whatever you send in those, I have no idea what you've said. Those are not visible to me in my bot. They do not get picked up. I don't know why. I think they're tied to channel point redeems. I don't see them. I have no idea what's in them because of how my bot is set up. That is all y'all just seeing it. I could see it if I moved my thing over, so I would see both chats, but I don't. Well, because I'm supposed to see it. Again, this is my bot not showing me it in the list of the things. I'm supposed to see it. Yeah, what Parfait said. It doesn't work. Because it's not part of the API, so it just kind of doesn't trigger properly. So I don't see it if I'm using the bot's chat. I could make it so I see it. There is a thing I can toggle in here. Here. No. Like I could set up a thing that would show me like all the Twitch redeems when y'all are doing it if I wanted. Yeah, Twitch activity feed, it's in there. Docs, let me unlock my docs and then I can grab it and I can go, what if it was here? Turn that off, mute that. Filters, sounds, turn off all sounds. Like, I can make it so I see it. I just don't typically care enough for it. Like, it's not something that matters that much to me, right? Like, let me... Like, until I can do stuff with it in the API, it's like, it's there. There. Now I can see it. Now I have a little thing from Twitch that shows it. Yeah, like now I look at it, I can see Somia did the dance one and Wim did an evil face. Somia had 105. Now I know Mousy did one. I don't know what. Let's see. Let's see. Cold did a 10-watch streak. No message. Skulls has 115 with It's So Many. Like I can see it. It's just it's not. I don't know. It's not listed in a way that's great for me. So I tend to not see it. I can assure you, Cleo doesn't see it at all. So any of you that have been dealing with it in Cleo doesn't see them either. Cleo and I are both in that same situation. We don't see it. It's not in the API, so we can't properly see it, and it kind of sucks, but... If I break that one, I will make redstone fall. I break that one. And that one. Not that one. So, there's a trick there, Lapis. You can. If you watch the VOD long enough, it'll give it to you. If you watch clips, it'll do one for you. You just have to actually watch something related to the stream, and it'll count it. But yeah, for the people who are like really trying, you can watch a VOD. You can watch any of the VOD, and it'll do it. That's the only reason I'm okay with the watch streaks now, because originally you used to have no way to keep it up. But yeah, if you watch the VODs, it'll count it. Obviously, there's no pressure. I don't mind. I do want to eventually, if the API does eventually allow access to it, I do want to do like special things when people redeem them. Like if it's like, oh, a watch streak happened and it's this number, it'll do like some special effect or reward or whatever. Would be cool, but like I'd like to make it say maybe there's like a special accessory for the calf pints. Like, oh, your calf pint gets a special crown because you got 100 watch streak, right? I could do stuff like that. Well, that's what cats need to do, Gregs. That's how they go. I angered Fear earlier, because Fear has gotten into this habit of just entering the room and screaming. So he wouldn't stop doing it, so I just looked at him, I go, alright, and I went over and I pounced on him, and then I held him. Right where he was on the floor, and every time he'd meow, I'd meow back, and he's just like, I don't like this! I overwhelmed him with attention because he was streaming. Do 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 do. By the way, I appreciate y'all hanging out after Cleo's raid. I know a lot of you got here during that, and I appreciate that a lot. And if any of you came from Sapphire's raid, I also greatly appreciate that. Y'all are really cool. People who hang out after raids are genuinely really cool. I know a lot of people that come by and then maybe don't even realize they still have the stream open, but some of y'all come by and you hang and you're like, I actually really like it here. And yeah. Which, that said, if you do really like it here, maybe consider clicking the follow button. It helps me out a ton. It makes me feel appreciated. We're almost at 6,000 followers, which sounds like a lot. I have mixed opinions on whether or not it is a lot, but it is appreciated. Gasp. Hey, Snow. Zombie! Zombie! But yeah, I mainly want to tie in people redeeming their watch streak to a message. Okay, so the catch with my follower count, because my follower count is weird. Because I had about 2,500-ish, I want to say, before I went to Mixer. And now, granted, that was 10 years ago. But that is a mostly empty 2,500 that don't mean anything. And then a lot of the followers I got very early in my relationship with Cleo, and they've never actually watched my stream. So the numbers are kind of messy to me, to a point of I don't really think about them when it comes to follower count. Sub count means the world. Viewer count means the world, but sub count is a very, or follower count is a very inaccurate number for me, right? So I don't really look at it. I just happened to catch it the other day and go, oh wow, I'm almost to 6,000. Which is cool. Which is very cool. And I'm happy to see that, but like, I don't really feel like excited about like, oh, I hit a milestone. Like, did I? Oh, you're up to 120. I mean, that's pretty good. Oh, and I want to make this statement just because this happened the other day, and I want to make it clear. If you ever do something when I am offline, like donate or buy Stream Loots packs, and there's no alert for it, please, 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 please tell me, tell the Discord, let people know in some way, because when it happens while I am not live, I will completely miss it. I got a donation the other day of like $40, and I had no idea about it until like 3 days later. And I'm like, please, please, like you gotta tell me, you know. And that's kind of the thing. Like, I had no idea. I would have just had money sitting in that account and not known until I went to withdraw like a different one. And people don't donate a lot, so I don't really notice when that happens. And it would have just sat there. I'm like, oh crap. Where'd this come from? And then I would have hunted and be like, oh, did I thank for this? Did I know about this? Yeah, like, do an anonymous one. You can on other platforms and things like that, and it is cool. But, like, I need to know when it happened. The problem is it happened on a day that I wasn't streaming. So they were kind enough to send something on a day I wasn't streaming, but, like, I need to know what happened. Because otherwise I can't thank people. And I feel really guilty. Like, I know it's like, oh, I don't need any thanks. It's like, yeah! You don't. I need to give the thanks, though. Otherwise, I feel like... I feel like if I don't thank people for supporting me, that I am becoming one of those streamers that no longer sees my viewers as people. Because there are streamers who just see people as income, and it happens a lot, and it's gross, and I don't want to ever even feel like I'm approaching that, you know? Like, that's kind of thing, is I don't want to be approaching that feeling. So that's why it's like, no, I need to thank you, you know? Like, even if it's just a thank you that I can do anonymously, I'd like to know that I can do the anonymous one on, say, Discord, and I know that you see it. Because not everybody's in my Discord, right? So I don't know if the people I thank via Discord or like in my Discord are gonna see it. I don't know. Like I need to know these things. Yes, please, please harass me with money. Send money my way anonymously. I love it and appreciate it. There is one annoyance I do have because somebody sent. I don't know who did this. Somebody had, like, basically committed fraud on my throne. They had gifted me stuff, and then they claimed that it was a fraudulent charge. They did so anonymously on Throne, and they had done it as supporting a group thing. Like, one of the contributions. And I don't know who did it. Thankfully, they have chargeback protection. But it was like $80 that got marked as fraud, and I'm like, I don't know who did this. I don't understand why, but yeah, no, it bugged me. It bugged me. It's like it was one of the anonymous contributions, so I can't even go like, oh yeah, it was this person. I'll be real with this too. Anonymous contributions on Throne, I can see who sent them typically. When they are, or anonymous purchases, I can see who did it if I need to. This is a security method, things like that. Contributions I can't, which is where this issue came in. And I probably should have contacted Throne to go, hey, I can't see who did this because it was part of a contribution. Can you help me out? But yeah. Somebody reported something as fraud. And it's like, great. But thankfully it was not like something I had to pay back. They have chargeback protection. Stream Elements also has chargeback protection. Which is part of why I also recommend Stream Elements for the tipping thing. They don't get anything from your tip. The only thing that happens is the processing fee, which is not handled even by Stream Elements. Stream Elements has a 2.8% fee, whereas everybody else is like over 3. I think PayPal is 3.2. Stream Elements is the safest way for like tips and donations. If you're wondering who to use, Stream Elements is the one I recommend. And I know a lot of people use Ko-fi. And I don't blame people for using Ko-fi, but Ko-fi doesn't have chargeback protection, so I would be very cautious using Ko-fi. I think Ko-fi's only fee you really end up paying on any tips is whatever your PayPal transaction fee is, which is part of why people use it, but that still ends up being like 3 point something. Is too much. Is too much for no chargeback protection. Stream Elements gives chargeback protection, which is, yeah. I'm gonna go with the one that has chargeback protection. I also have mine set up where if you send anything to me through Stream Elements, you have to be linked to your Twitch, which at least gives me kind of a name to relay things with, you know? Aw. Yeah, see, this is why I need to remove that Discord link. I don't mind Mari saying it occasionally, but I definitely need to remove the link because clearly we're having some issues with scammers joining the Discord lately. Did they take the scammer role too? Or did they just do a weird message? Throw that up there. Do. They took the scammer role. Oh, I love that role so much. Genuinely, if you're not in my Discord and you haven't seen this, there's a question that is just simply, are you a scammer? When you join, it goes, are you a scammer? And it's a simple yes or skip question. It is important. It is a yes or skip question. It is not a yes or no. It is a yes or skip. So you actually have to read the prompts. And scammers don't read the prompts. They just choose randomly from what they have. And most people assume that a single... If you're in a rush and you see a single option, you're just going to choose the option. Because it's usually, have you read the rules required of the server? Like, that's not what it says. It says, are you a scammer? And then for the mods, it turns their name bright red. It highlights the name in bright red and goes, hey, here you go. It's one of my favorite little things I have in my Discord, and it has worked so many times. I would say it's caught 50% of scammers right out the gate. 50%. And it's just like, okay. It's so funny to me. Because it's generally like, this is the easiest, like, CAPTCHA test I could do for a server, and you failed it. Like, what do you mean failed? All you had to do was say nothing. The option to say nothing was right there. Can also usually tell in my Discord by the pronoun tags, because almost every scammer has he as their pronoun. They take the first option. They take the first option on everything. They'll have he, they'll have Twitch notices. Like, they choose the first prompt on every single option. They don't bother reading. There's just first one, first one, first one, first one, first one. And it makes it really funny. But that's why they choose yes to the scammer role, is because it said yes. Are you a scammer? Yes! You need to read the prompts. But yeah, I'll remove Discord from the thing and then set it that the only people who can redeem that command are, like, followers. And that should hopefully reduce the issue. Hopefully. Okay, go there. I had a weird moment on TikTok. I'm just hearing this song and it's making me think of it. I had a weird moment on TikTok. This morning I was scrolling through TikToks and somebody was playing Bratz. But what was funny about it is they were playing Bratz and I'm listening. I'm like, why is that the Final Fantasy X-2 Battle Complete music? Or not even Battle Complete, but I think it was the music on the Celsius. I'm like, you just grabbed random music and you got Final Fantasy X-2 airship theme. Don't get me wrong, fantastic song. And also works really well with Bratz, but it was just like, what the heck? Yeah, it is on my list to do. So I will probably get to it either today or tomorrow. I need to double check with Clifton about the time, because I don't think he got back to my message saying which time slot. Because I had a time, and he goes, I need to move you like 2 hours to this time, and I'm like, okay, I understand what you're saying, but that is not 2 hours, that is 4 hours. It was like a 4-hour difference instead of 2, so I'm like, I want to make sure you told me the right time, because if you're moving me 2 hours, you might have a different time slot that you need to fix. Like, it may have a different issue going on now. As a result, you know? I need to eat. Oh, a big sign I'm sick. Anybody who knows me knows I don't eat enough. I genuinely do not eat enough, and it's usually due to the ADHD and depression kind of stopping me from eating. While I've been sick, yesterday I got so hungry. I had 4 sandwiches yesterday, a pint of ice cream, a plate of nachos, and like I was eating and eating and eating, and I never got full. And it's like I am not doing well health-wise. Oh, if we're gonna talk, okay, if we're gonna mention fries, I gotta mention something that came up. I got a TikTok showing this off, and it very much
Don't you
annoyed
think
me.
it's been a while since we told Cameron we love their work?
Mari, it's been like 40 minutes. Been like 40 minutes. I need to add more things for Mari to say. There was a video I got, and it was of Tom Holland. And it was Tom Holland talking about... Tom Holland was interviewing someone and had asked the questions of, like, name American food. And the person had answered hamburger. And Tom Holland went, that's German. No, it ain't! Okay? The hamburger is not German food. It is a different thing with a similar name. But it is not. It is not German food. And I hate that misinformation that is on that. If you get a hamburger in Germany, you are not getting the same thing as getting a hamburger in the US. If you are getting two different things, they are two different things. It's like if you order a hamburger in Japan, you're getting a Salisbury steak. It's a different thing. Oh yeah, German chocolate cake was made in Texas, right? I think German chocolate cake is a Texas food. And then the other comment was French fries, which French fries, yes, came from part of France and Belgium, I think. Both kind of had that, but American French fries are different. It's one of those things that's like, I get it, but it's kind of like talking about like Chinese food, right? Chinese food in America, Chinese food in the UK, Chinese food in China are all very different things. If I said I really like Chinese American food, that's a valid answer. Like, it's a valid answer. So, like, what type of American food do you like? I really like American Chinese food. So Chinese food is a valid answer. I think it's important that we describe the differences between these things. But, like, it was just one of those things where, like, it was very much like, okay, Tom, you're smarter than this. I don't like that Tom went into this acting like he was, like, somehow really right. It's like, no, like, not German chocolate, but, like, hamburgers are not a German food. There are German hamburgers. I'm not going to fault that. I'm 100% there are German hamburgers. But they're more equivalent to our Salisbury steak. And it's just like, these are important distinctions when talking about food. It was just like, oh, you're out of touch. You're out of touch. You're out of touch. You're out of time. Yeah, no, but the reason, like, French fries, right? French fries are not named for France. This is also an important thing. Even though they come from France or Belgium, depending on who you ask, they are not named for France. A French cut is a cut lengthwise, or cut the long way is basically what a French cut is. But it's a type of cut. Like, it's not anything related to where it's from. It's literally called French fries because it is a French style cut. Is the name of the cut of the potato. Which is also where it gets kind of weird when you start getting into, like, other cuts, like wedges. Wedges are technically not French cut because wedges are cut into a different thing. But it's like the problem, like, a lot of things that are like, that's why there's, like, matchstick fries, right? Like, they're not French fries. But a lot of people would say that matchsticks are a type of French fry. It's like I guess. But that's not what people mean, you know? But yeah, like, food names have meanings, and it was weird. It was just like, that's not... it is very much a, you don't know what you're talking about, Tom. Please STFU. But I saw that clip and it was just like, I liked you. And now I'm annoyed by you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. Oh God, asking for a lemonade anywhere that is not the U.S. You are in for disappointment. Lemonade is very much not the same based on what country you are in, and it drastically changes. Hey, desk. Yeah, lemonade is one of those things that is very much different based on location. Okay, throw that in there, there. Throw all those in there, and then if I do this, yeah, it doesn't. That is an interesting effect there, because normally, so some of these didn't do it this time. That's weird. Last time it did. Maybe they were too far in the corner. Yeah, no, they worked last time. Huh. Powder, 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 powder. Powder. There we go. But yeah, it's just funny. Like, I get it. I get, like, things are different based on country, and like, but I think when people are trying to act like something's not from an area, I think they really don't understand things. Especially, and I think it's especially important when we talk about America, right? Because it is quote unquote a melting pot kind of situation. Well, I feel a little bit bad, Des, because we are reaching kind of the ending point for stuff. So it is, because we've been going for 4 hours. Jokes, probably, obviously. I'm betting on jokes. No, what? Nice door. Just don't tick them off. They've got evidence that you were cool with it. If they decide to take out some anger. Weird, OBC. Yeah, it's been 4 hours. Usually my streams are about 3 hours in the morning and then 2 hours in the afternoon is what I try for. It does look like I have a message from Clifton, so we will at least get that sorted. And then I will know when I am streaming for the event. Just to be clear, please do keep an eye on the Discord. Friday is going to be a weird day for streams. My special event streams get a lot of attention, where I try to. But I gotta figure out exactly when that timing is. I mean, it kind of makes sense, obviously. I get it. This is why you're Avkamili, right? It just looks like it has family in it. You capitalize it different. Do. Itchy nose. I'm good with needles. This is the funny thing. I'm good with needles. I'm not good with blood. And that is usually where a lot of that issue comes in. I'm actually I should say this. I'm more okay with needles than I am syringes, which is typically what people mean when they say needles. I don't like liquids not being in the body that were in the body. Like that's the mark for me. It's like, this belongs in the body. That thing is designed to remove it from the body. This is where this conversation has an issue. No, because urine isn't meant to be in the body. Urine is meant to leave the body. Its purpose is to leave. Also, please don't call penises syringes. I would rather not get into a conversation about a flesh syringe as a term. Ooh, are my rolling star. I don't like that you quoted that. I also hate that none of you know how to put periods at the end of your quotes. I gotta fix so many quotes today. So many quotes, because nobody can punctuate. Y'all keep doing it. I don't know what, like, it's one of those things where it's just always been like, ugh. I'm very jealous of Avon's beacon. I should totally swipe Avon's beacon when he's not paying attention. And just put it at my base, and then Avon go, "Where's my beacon?" And then Avon will come visit my base and just see the beacon and go, "Ah. I see." All of them, Asmo. All of them. It's funny, though, because, like, taking the beacon from Avon would be the first one to notice that I did it. Like, would immediately assume I did it. Pretty much. It's too late to do it now. If I were doing it as a planned thing at the start of a stream, I think it would be one thing. But to do it right now near the end, where I'm probably going to log off for the day, not really the best time to do it, right? Well, no. Avon would notice that I did it. Like, Avon would know immediately that I did it. Avon would not blame any of you, is my point. Like that's kind of the thing. It's like a matter of like knowing who did it, right? I love the vibe of this song. It's so weird and broken. Okay. But no, we've done a lot. We got a lot done here today. Mostly just leveling out stuff, but we moved all the chests below ground, really. Most of them. Got that going. Got it sorted a bit. But I need to be annoying here. And end and wrap up. So I do apologize to anybody who may have just got here, but I do appreciate you. Y'all have been absolutely lovely and supportive and kind today, so thank you so much for that. I hope y'all are doing well. We also had 46 check-ins today, which is quite a lot. We made an octagon and we turned it into a circle. But I am going to send you away. I think it is important to send you away to somebody that you may not have seen before. I'm going to send you over to... You know, I'm going to send you over to somebody who I have been following the TikToks of for a while, who is streaming Final Fantasy X. Obviously, you're not required to stay. But she is streaming Final Fantasy X. She has just started streaming on Twitch, as far as I'm aware. She does a lot of cosplay stuff and whatnot over on TikTok. But I am going to send you over to... wrong keyboard. I'm going to send you over to Braska's daughter. Hopefully I spelled that correctly. Looks like I did. So you can all go be kind and lovely over there. Obviously, if you don't say, you don't say. It's all cool. But I do want to send you over to a kind person, and that is the goal of today. So I hope you all have a good one. I hope you are all feeling fantastic and amazing and wonderful. And I will catch you all next time. So that said, see ya. Love ya. Bye-bye.
あ、感じる。コスモを感じるわ。